What if the spark of wisdom could emerge from the blood of a god? The birth of Athena was not a gentle emergence, it was a cataclysm. Zeus, a titan of chaos and a champion of thunder, swallowed his first wife, goddess Metis, only to be blindsided by a headache that would echo through the ages. Out came Athena, born from his skull, fully armed and already plotting. A goddess of war and wisdom? Or a ticking time bomb wrapped in divine silk? Athena's arrival was no tender miracle, it was an atomic explosion in the pantheon of Greek mythology. Think of it, a goddess bursting onto the scene like a punk rock band crashing a symphony. She didn't just enter the world, she commandeered it. But buried beneath the reverberations of her iconic birth lies a question that haunts the halls of Olympus. What dark truths lay in the cracks of her origin? Is it possible that wisdom, that shimmering jewel coveted by mortals and gods alike, is forged in the blood of betrayal? The very fabric of divine hierarchy trembled under the weight of her birth. A goddess forged from the remains of a wife devoured? The irony drips like poison from an apple. Each god, each hero, felt the cosmic shift. The world wasn't ready, it still isn't. Imagine the tension, the secrets, that swirled in the air like smoke from burning incense. What if Athena was not merely a paragon of virtue but a living embodiment of vengeance? A silent witness to the machinations of the gods, a shrewd strategist with a heart that beats for justice and revenge. Every sword she sharpened echoed with the cries of those who dared to cross her. Does wisdom come with a price? A price steeped in blood and treachery? The threads of fate are woven with the whispers of the fallen, secrets that could topple empires. Athena, the goddess of war, but also the silent keeper of truths too dangerous to utter. What if every piece of advice she ever dispensed was laced with the venom of her origins, a reflection of the chaos that birthed her? Her laughter, ringing like a bell, could be both a blessing and a curse. Did the gods laugh with her or at her? And what of the mortals who sought her counsel? Were they pawns in a divine game, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing behind those wise, piercing eyes? Dare to question the nature of the gods, and you might find yourself ensnared in a web of divine politics so tangled, even Athena would need a godly GPS to navigate. Every revelation shimmers like a blade, each mystery cloaked in shadows thicker than night. What do you really know about the goddess who sprang forth from the mind of Zeus? Is she salvation or destruction? Strap in, because the truth awaits, sharp, shocking, and scandalous. The birth of Athena is not just a story, it's a ticking clock, a riddle wrapped in enigma, an invitation to dance with the divine and the deranged. Can you hear the whispers? Can you feel the pulse of chaos? Welcome to the labyrinth. The exit? Good luck finding it. In the heart of a tempest, thunder claps like 1,000 angry fists striking the earth. A lone figure stands atop a jagged cliff, where the land bleeds into the abyss, waves crashing below, each foam-laced surge a desperate scream of the ocean. I am that figure, clinging to the craggy edges of fate, my heart racing like a wild stallion. I remember the stories, fragments of whispers that haunt the winds of this ancient world, where gods were not just distant voices but living nightmares and blazing hopes. Not all tales are born from joy, I mutter to myself, voice lost to the howling winds. The sky is bruised, darkened by the weight of forgotten tragedies, and I am swallowed by the shadows of those who came before me, my heart heavy with the echoes of their pain. Each thunderous roar reminds me of their presence, of Zeus, wielding wrath as easily as a child wields a crayon, coloring lives in blood and lightning. I am one with them, yet so painfully distant, a moth drawn to the flame of their chaos. And then, there's Helen, luminous yet ensnared in the web of her own making. I recall the stories of her beauty, the way it ignited wars and shattered kingdoms, but the truth lies deeper. I see her standing in a candlelit chamber, the flickering flames reflecting the turmoil in her eyes. Love was never the muse, it was a curse that wrapped around her heart like a serpent, squeezing the very breath from her lungs. I remember her laughter, a fleeting ghost, always just outside the grasp of her own despair. You think you want to be a goddess, she used to say, her voice thick with sarcasm. Try being the prize in a war you never asked to fight. Oh, the audacity of beauty! It is a gift and a curse, like the golden apple that set the fates of so many into motion. I remember the battlefield, blooded ground trampled by warriors who sought her favor, and I feel the weight of her guilt, a heavy cloak draped over her shoulders. I remember when she looked at me, her gaze piercing through the mist of my own inadequacies. "What is beauty?" she asked, "if it leads to destruction?" The question lingers like smoke, choking the air in my lungs. Then there is Orpheus, strumming his lyre, a melody spinning like silk through the chaos of the cosmos. He plays not to charm the gods but to soothe his own fractured heart, a rhythm born of loss that dances between the realms of life and death. I can see him now, standing on the banks of the Styx, the river that divides this world from the next, as he sings sweet notes that weave through the darkness, beckoning his beloved Eurydice. Every note trembles with longing, every chord bears the weight of despair. "Come back to me," he implores, but the shadows mock him with silence, a reminder that love can be as cruel as it is beautiful. In the depths of my own reflections, I feel the echoes of their sorrows wrap around me like a shroud. I remember the night I lost someone, a simple moment turned tragic, the kind that shatters your world and leaves jagged pieces behind. It was a whisper of fate, a cruel twist in the fabric of time, and I lived it in the starlit silence. The cosmos spins wildly over our heads, indifferent to the heart's desires, as I grasp at threads of dreams that slip through my fingers like grains of sand. With every heartbeat, I am reminded of myths, the stories that rise like smoke from the ashes of ancient fires, tales that shape our essence and bind our souls. These characters, these flawed beings, are not just relics of imagination, they are us, woven into the very tapestry of our existence. They remind us of our battles, our heartaches, our triumphs, and our failures. They are mirrors reflecting the deepest parts of our being, raw and unpolished. I sense a growing unease, an electric charge in the air as the storm rumbles. I remember the gods watching us, their eyes like burning coals, feasting on our struggles. They found entertainment in our suffering, a twisted game of chess played with lives and destinies. What is it to be human, to wrestle with the divine? I am both nothing and everything, a mere pawn caught in the tangled web of desires and fears. I remember the times I gazed into the abyss, wondering if the abyss gazed back. Orpheus plays on, the tension mounting as he strums with a fervor that threatens to tear him apart. His music swirls around me, a haunting echo of every heartbreak, every lost dream. I can feel the desperation in his notes, the raw emotion pouring from his soul. "You can't save her," the shadows whisper, taunting him, and yet he plays on, fueled by a love that defies the very nature of the universe. It is a battle against fate itself, and I ache for him. And Helen, lost in her own tempest, stands as a testament to the futility of beauty in a world that devours its own. I feel her pain as she grapples with her identity, caught between the expectations of a goddess and the reality of a woman. "What is worth saving?" she cries, and the very cliffs tremble with her anguish. In that moment, I am her, haunted by choices, weighed down by the desire to be free. Time lingers, suspended like the raindrops falling from the sky, each one a reminder of lives lived and lost. The storm rages on, and the characters of this ancient saga collide within me, their conflicts becoming my own. The darkness whispers, and I hold on to the threads of their stories, feeling each heartbeat resonate with my own. I remember the weight of their legacies, the shadows that dance around our souls, the question of what it means to be truly alive. In this moment, I realize that their origins are not just in the past but breathe within us still, an endless cycle of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. And as I stand on the precipice, I know this is only the beginning, a pulse in the continuum of existence that ties us all together, bound by the threads of myth and memory, intertwined in a tapestry that will never truly unravel. The storm may rage, but the heart beats on, echoing through the ages. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the depths of the cosmos, thunderous rumbles echoing through the dark expanse. Somewhere, lost among the shadows, stood Hyperion, his brow furrowed, the weight of eternity etched into the lines of his face. His heart raced, a wild beast pounding against the confines of his chest, for he knew the whispers of rebellion danced upon the lips of his kin. Titans were not mere legends, they were the pulsing heartbeat of creation, and change was a tempest they could no longer ignore. "Do you feel it?" he asked, voice low, barely above a whisper, the words escaping like a prayer into the unforgiving night. His eyes, bright as the stars, searched for the familiar silhouette of Oceanus, the ever-flowing river of wisdom. But Oceanus stood at the edge of the abyss, caught in a reverie of creeping dread, staring into the abyss that lay before them, a burgeoning revolt that threatened to shatter their very essence. "I remember the days when we roamed unchallenged," Oceanus murmured, his voice thick with nostalgia, tinged with sorrow. "When the world was ours, and the gods trembled at our feet." The shadows swirled around him, taunting him like a lover scorned, each memory a blade buried deep in the flesh of his soul. "Those days are gone," Hyperion interjected, frustration bubbling to the surface. "The Olympians rise, and their ambition feeds on our fear. Can't you see? They plot against us, and the world swirls with their insidious laughter. They will not stop until we are nothing." Each word felt like a cold dagger, twisting in his gut. The fate of the Titans hung by a thread, fraying with each pulse of time. In the distance, the eerie glow of Olympus flickered like a dying ember, a beacon of defiance and fervor. Rhea, their sister, stood among her children, the Olympians, her heart torn in two, caught between her blood and the legacy she could not abandon. She watched them, pride swelling like a tidal wave, but with it came a deep, visceral ache that clawed at her insides. "Look at them," she breathed, her voice a fragile thread woven with anguish. "They are so young, so full of fire. Can we truly extinguish that flame?" Her gaze fell upon Zeus, his laughter ringing out like silver bells, untainted by the weight of existence. Hope struggled to take root in the marrow of her bones. Could she betray the very being she had nurtured? "Hope is a cruel mistress," Oceanus countered, his voice darkening like a thundercloud. "We have seen the rise and fall of empires, the bloodshed that taints every victory. They will not hesitate to sacrifice us for their ambitions. You know this." The shadows clung to him, swirling, whispering secrets of betrayal. A silence enveloped them, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the distant echo of laughter from Olympus, reverberating like a death knell. Each peal thundered through Hyperion's heart, a reminder that the gods were children of ambition, their desires raw and unyielding. "I cannot bear witness to their rise," he confessed, anguish spilling from his lips like the blood of 1,000 fallen titans. "We are the essence of the cosmos, and we shall not be reduced to mere myth." Rage ignited within him, raw and unchained, a wildfire consuming everything in its path. He stepped closer to the edge, the abyss yawning before him, a gaping more hungry for their ambition. "Then what must we do?" Rhea asked, her voice trembling on the cusp of despair. "We cannot fight against fate, against the very fabric of time. We can't leave our legacy in the hands of the gods," Hyperion replied, his voice fierce, eyes blazing with defiance. "We must rise, not as tyrants but as guardians. The world needs to remember who we are, what we have sacrificed." The darkness whispered back, swirling into a cacophony of doubt. Memories of their battles, their sacrifices, each one a haunting reminder of the cost of power. The Titans were not mere giants, they were the architects of existence, and yet, even they felt the chill of insignificance creeping into their bones as the Olympians danced closer to their dreams. Fight or fade? Oceanus pondered, the weight of his deliberation heavy in the air. Are we ready to sacrifice our legacy to save it? To claw back our place in the cosmos? "I've seen the end," Hyperion breathed, the memories flooding back, vivid and sharp, the cries of the fallen, the laughter of the triumphant. "And it is not a future I wish to witness. We must act. We must embrace the storm." The decision hung in the air, thick and palpable, wrapping around them like a shroud. They stood, 3 titans on the brink, poised at the edge of an irrevocable choice. The clock ticked ominously in the background, each second echoing a reminder of their mortality, their legacies, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. "Remember who we are," Rhea implored, eyes glistening with the weight of 1,000 memories, memories of laughter, of love, of blood. "We are not just strength, we are the stories that shaped the earth. Let us weave a new tale, one where we do not fade into obscurity, but rise, like the dawn chasing away the night." As the echoes of Olympus danced in the distance, a shadow flickered across Hyperion's heart. They were more than just titans caught in the throes of a cosmic struggle, they were the guardians of time, the keepers of dreams. And just like that, the darkness felt lighter, the weight of their choices more bearable. But the storm was gathering. And as they stood at the precipice of fate, a chilling realization gripped them: this was not just a battle against the gods. It was a fight for their very souls, for the essence of existence itself. The world around them pulsated, alive with the scent of change, each heartbeat a reminder that they were not alone. The Titans would not fade quietly into the night. Their legacy would not be written in the whispers of forgotten tales. No, this was only the beginning, a mere prelude to the symphony of chaos that lay ahead. And as the stars flickered overhead, the Titans braced themselves, hearts pounding in unison, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The stars flickered like dying fireflies in the deep velvet black, a silence so profound it pressed against the chest, stifling every breath. And then, in a heartbeat, it shattered, an explosion of color, a cacophony of chaos. I stood on the precipice of something so unfathomable it rattled my bones, the universe gripping my very essence in its cosmic hand. I remember the feel of earth beneath my feet, warm and familiar, yet trembling with an energy I hadn't recognized before. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of rain mingling with the sharp tang of ozone. I searched the horizon, my heart racing, half expecting to see the ground tear itself apart. In that moment, I was not merely an observer, I was part of a surge, a wave ready to crash against the shore of existence. Beside me stood Ilara, her eyes wide with a wild brilliance, an unfurling nebula trapped in human form. She was a storm, a tempest unleashed, wrestling with her own inner chaos. I could see the conflict etched across her face, a mix of fear and exhilaration. "We're on the brink, aren't we?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. It wasn't a question. It was a reckoning. I nodded, but the truth was heavier than the weight of a collapsing star, an impending birth, a creation shrouded in uncertainty, like the first breath of a newborn caught between two worlds. What if it all comes crashing down? My voice cracked, an echo of the doubt that gnawed at my insides. In that moment, I was terrified. Not of the universe imploding, but of the heart's dark recesses, where love and loss entwined like shadows stretching to grasp the light. Across the field stood Arlen, a quiet genius consumed by the notion of infinity, his fingers twitching as if they could weave the very fabric of space-time into something tangible. He had always been the thinker, the dreamer, the one who lost himself in the nuances of the cosmos, but tonight, he was haunted. His brow was furrowed, a storm cloud gathering over a landscape of dreams. "It's all wrong," he muttered, glancing at us, a flicker of desperation in his eyes. "It doesn't add up. How can anything be born from chaos?" "Maybe it isn't about the numbers," I countered, the words spilling from my lips, each one charged with urgency. "Maybe it's about the feeling. The chaos is part of it, the fire, the ruin, the beauty." The truth hung in the air, palpable as the crackle of static before a storm. I had always believed that within chaos lies creation, a dance between light and dark, the magnificent and the grotesque. Ilara's laugh rang out, a sound both fragile and fierce. "You think we're here to paint pretty pictures?" she asked, her voice rising above the tension, her spirit igniting like a supernova. "Look around. We're standing on the edge of oblivion." Her words cut through the silence, and I felt every heartbeat echoing into the void. The sky seemed to pulse with her fervor, a reminder that chaos was not just a backdrop, it was alive, a primordial scream yearning to be heard. I wanted to scream along with it, but fear held my throat in an iron grip. What if we were wrong? What if this moment was a fleeting ember, destined to fade into the dark? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a shuddering quake that rattled our bones. Arlen stumbled, wide-eyed, and I lunged to catch him, feeling the warmth of his panic seep into my skin. "This is it!" I shouted, the words tumbling out, raw and unfiltered. "This is the moment we've been waiting for." Ilara reached for the sky, her arms stretching out as if she could cradle the universe in her palms. "We are chaos. We are the birth." Her voice was a spine-tingling hymn, resonating with a rhythm that echoed deep within my soul. I was caught in the wildfire of her spirit, the urgency electrifying the air around us. And then, a flash, blinding and beautiful, an aurora unfurling like a blossoming flower against the darkness. The universe was a canvas, splattered with the colors of creation and destruction, and we were the strokes of its brush. I was swept up in the moment, every fear and doubt obliterated in the brilliance of that light. All of us were connected, bound together by the invisible threads of existence, caught in the whirlwind of chaos, a symphony of hearts thrumming as one. But even as hope soared, shadows lurked, whispering doubts like phantoms.
What if we're just the aftermath?
Arlen's voice was fragile, haunted. What if this is just chaos? His eyes reflected a universe of stars, flickering with uncertainty. Ilara, I breathed, clutching her hand, my heart pounding against my ribcage. We can't let the chaos consume us. We have to become it. In that moment, I felt our lives intertwining, a cosmic dance with the specter of fate. We were spirals in a great galaxy, spinning through the void, searching for meaning in the vastness of being. With every heartbeat, I could feel the pulse of the universe, the birth of stars, the collapsing of worlds, the unfurling of dreams. Together, Ilara said, her voice fierce, igniting the air as if she could conjure the universe itself. We are chaos and creation. We are life. Everything surged forward, the energy of the cosmos, a tidal wave of emotion crashing against the shore of our existence. And as the ground trembled beneath us, we stood on the precipice, hands joined, hearts racing, ready to plunge into the unknown. Because even within the chaos, there existed an undeniable truth. From the ashes of despair, a new universe could ignite, an explosive birth that would resonate through eternity. Time slowed as we faced the abyss, the air thick with anticipation. I could feel the universe shifting, ready to unfold its secrets, and I knew, deep in the marrow of my bones, that this was just the beginning. The chaos had only just begun to unveil its symphony, and we were ready to embrace every note, every heartbeat, lost in the whirlwind of creation. A scream rips through the air, a sound woven from threads of anguish and fury, echoing off the primordial rocks that cradle the earth. The wind howls in response, as if it carries the lament of old wounds, of ancient betrayals. I stand amidst the chaos, heart racing, watching as Gaia's tear-streaked face contorts in agony. She is the earth, the nurturing womb from which life springs, yet at this moment, she has become the embodiment of despair. Uranus, she cries, and every syllable strikes like thunder, rattling the very bones of existence. A presence so immense that even the stars seem to dim in its shadow. He looms above her, a titan forged from the cosmos, yet his eyes are hollow, a reflection of the void that once united them. Once, he cradled the heavens, but now his indifference slices through Gaia's heart like glass. The ground trembles beneath me, a pulse of raw, untamed energy, the very essence of creation and destruction. I remember a time when their union birthed the mountains, the rivers, the forests, but now, it feels like a funeral procession for a love that has long since withered, choked by the weight of their own making. Look around you. Uranus bellows, his voice a tempest. Look what we've created, and what you've allowed to fester. The accusation hangs like a spectre between them, heavy with unspoken regrets. I can feel the heat radiate from Gaia, a fierce wildfire of emotion threatening to engulf her. She shakes her head, a defiance born of desperation. I never asked for this. I never wanted this pain. You are the sky that forgot how to shelter. Her voice trembles, a fragile whisper underneath the storm. I want to reach out, to cradle her despair, but the gravity of their conflict roots me to the spot, a witness to this celestial tragedy. Time bends around me, the seconds stretching into infinity, each moment thick with the weight of their history. I remember their laughter, the way the stars seemed to dance when they were together, a harmony that ignited the cosmos. But now, that light feels like a memory lost to the darkness. The air crackles with tension, a palpable energy that hangs like a blade over the precipice of their confrontation. Then, the silence. A silence so profound it thrums in my chest, the kind that feels like the world holding its breath, anticipating the inevitable. I can see the glimmer of tears in Gaia's eyes, each drop a universe of hurt, a galaxy of sorrow. She swallows hard, her chest rising and falling like the tide she once controlled. I remember when we dreamed together, she whispers, and the words are a fragile tether to a time before the rift. We carved mountains, we whispered to the trees, and the stars sang our love. But somewhere, we lost our way. Uranus shifts, a storm brewing behind those once bright eyes. You did this. You let them poison our children. You let them forget what we created. The Titans, the giants, they are a reflection of our chaos. His voice rises, rippling through the air like a shockwave, sending shivers down my spine. Chaos? Or growth? Gaia counters, fists clenched, defiance radiating from her very core. You think the things we birthed were merely reflections of our failures? They are alive, Uranus. They dream and struggle. They love, just as we once did. A fire ignites in her gaze, illuminating the shadows of despair, flickering like hope on the brink of extinction. But the cosmos is unforgiving. Uranus stares at her, and the weight of centuries hangs between them, a chasm too wide to bridge. They will bring nothing but ruin. They will forget who they are, who we are. His voice trembles, a mix of rage and heartbreak, reverberating through the heavens. Tension spirals, a taut string ready to snap, the unspoken truths clawing at the edges of their fragile resolve. I can see the cracks forming in the facade of their love, the fissures that time and neglect have wrought. The earth beneath my feet feels alive, a restless spirit caught in the throes of a conflict it never wished to inherit. I remember the way light floods the valleys at dawn, the promise of a new day, and I feel the weight of their despair pressing down on my chest. I remember the whispers of the trees, the songs of the rivers, every element a witness to their love, and to the devastation that now threatens to consume them. The winds shift, carrying the scent of rain, the promise of cleansing, the need for release. Gaia raises her hands, pleading, a gesture both beautiful and heartbreaking. We can still mend this, Uranus. We can still find a way back. But Uranus recoils, as if the very thought scorches him. You think love can fix this? You think love is enough? His laughter is bitter, a cruel twist that echoes through the void. Look at what love has wrought. A shadow flickers behind him, ghostly and ephemeral, an omen, a reminder of the past. I watch as Gaia's shoulders slump, the weight of the world upon them, the realization dawning. You don't even care, do you? The words tumble from her lips, jagged shards of truth. You become the sky that looms but never embraces. His silence speaks volumes, and the stars tremble in their orbits, caught between their master's pain. I can feel the air thickening, an electric charge building, and I hold my breath, waiting for the storm to break. In this fractured moment, as their love teeters on the edge of oblivion, I realize I am witnessing an unraveling of the cosmos itself, a moment so profoundly human, so heartbreakingly raw, that it could shatter the very foundations of creation. And then it happens. Every heartbeat seems to echo in unison, every breath a desperate plea for reconciliation. I feel the ground shift, the very earth trembling beneath the cosmic weight of their unresolved love. The shadows of their past stretch long, reaching into the depths of infinity, whispering secrets and aching truths. This is not just a conflict, this is the birth of a new reality, a confrontation with creation itself. And as their pain hangs in the air, unresolved and raw, I know this moment will linger in the fabric of time, echoing through the ages like the haunting refrain of a love story that never truly ends. The wind howls again, and I sense it, a new beginning, a reckoning waiting just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with the electric tension of a storm about to break. Every heartbeat was an echoing drum of dread. Shadows flickered across the stone walls of the ancient citadel, jagged and alive, as if the very stones whispered secrets of betrayal and ambition. I stood there, an unwelcome witness to the rise of Cronus, the titan who would soon eclipse the heavens themselves. I remember the scent of iron, thick and metallic, binding me to the moment. It hung heavy in the air, almost suffocating. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the shutters like a shivering soul. Inside, the flickering torchlight cast grotesque shapes that danced in the corners of the room, hinting at the chaos to come. The tension wrapped around my throat like a noose. Cronus, towering and formidable, strode through the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a fire that promised destruction. Power, he growled, voice low and gravelly like the rumble of distant thunder. Power is a beast that devours everything in its path. I could almost taste his ambition, sharp and bitter on my tongue. It clawed at the edges of my sanity. Cronus was not just a titan, he was a storm, ready to sweep away all that stood before him. I glanced sideways at Rhea, his sister and equal, her heart a fragile bird fluttering in the cage of her chest. Her love for Cronus was a double-edged sword, cutting deeper with every passing moment. She was torn between the man she loved and the monster he was becoming. "Cronus, please," she pleaded, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind.
Have you forgotten who you were?
"This isn't the way." But he laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. It was a laugh that echoed through the cold stone, reverberating off the walls with a haunting finality. "I remember the whispers of the old gods," he said, eyes narrowing as shadows danced across his face. "They promised me the world, and by their blood, I will claim it." The darkness of his ambition wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter. I could see the gears of fate turning, grinding slowly but inevitably toward calamity. In that moment, I understood. Cronus was not merely a titan, he was the voice of 1,000 dreams lost tonight. His hand stained with the blood of those who dared to oppose him, yet he remained blind to the sorrow in Rhea's eyes. "Do you see the stars, Rhea?" he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, almost tender. "They belong to me now. I will rise above them all." And there it was, the flicker of madness, that insatiable hunger. I could feel Rhea's heart breaking, could see the pain clawing at her features. She stepped closer, reaching out to him as if trying to tether him to his humanity. "Cronus, you are not the only one who has sacrificed. We all have. This path will lead to ruin." But he turned away, a titan turned to stone, too consumed by his own reflection in the abyss. The room was heavy with unspoken words, and I could feel the ghost of regret weaving through the air, a specter that would haunt them both. The winds outside howled louder, a chorus of chaos that mirrored the turmoil within those walls. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a figure stumbled in. It was Oceanus, the wise and weary. His presence filled the space with an air of desperation. "Cronus," he gasped, breathless and wild-eyed. "You must listen. The old gods are restless. They will not stand by as you reach for the throne. They will fight back." I could feel the energy shift, a palpable tension electrifying the air. Cronus turned slowly, his eyes narrowing, a predator assessing its prey. "Let them come," he said, the words dripping with venom. "I have waited too long." Oceanus's face twisted with anguish. "You don't understand. They will gather their forces, unleash chaos. Rhea, she is your only tether to sanity. You need her." Rhea's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tempest brewing in her soul. She stepped forward, a fierce resolve igniting her spirit. "I will not be a pawn in your game, Cronus. You want to conquer the heavens? You will do it over my dead body." The air thickened. This was the moment, the breaking point where love met ambition, where dreams collided with the harsh reality of power. The shadows flickered, coiling tighter around us, as if the very cosmos held its breath in anticipation. "Do not speak to me of love." Cronus roared, the fury erupting like a volcano. "Love is a weakness. Love is what binds us to mediocrity. I am destined to become a god." I felt my heart race, hammering against my ribs as if echoing the conflict unfolding before me. Rhea stood defiant, her spirit ablaze. "You may become a god, Cronus, but at what cost? Is it worth losing yourself?" The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm stretching between them. Cronus's expression flickered, just for a moment, and I saw a glimpse of the boy who had once dreamt beneath the stars, untainted by the hunger for power. But that fleeting glimpse vanished, swallowed whole by the darkness clawing at his soul. And then the walls trembled as the storm outside finally broke, unleashing fury upon the citadel. Rain lashed against the windows, each drop a drumbeat heralding the chaos to come. The echoes of thunder merged with the cries of the Forsaken, and I felt it, the world was shifting beneath our feet. "Stand with me, Rhea. Join me in this conquest." Cronus's voice rose above the roar of the storm, desperate and wild. But the winds carried his words away, scattering them like ashes. There, amid the darkness and the chaos, I felt the weight of the cosmos shift, a reckoning looming just beyond the horizon. It was a moment that would etch itself in time, a moment of choice, of sacrifice, of heartbreak. And as the titanic battle of wills unfolded, I could only stand paralyzed, a ghost in their midst, caught in the swirling chaos of desire and destruction. The storm raged on, unyielding, a prelude to the inevitable chaos that awaited. And somewhere in that tumultuous night, the stars dimmed, shadows lengthened, and the Titan Cronus prepared to rise. The clock struck midnight, its chime a ghostly echo that reverberated through the hollow streets of Eldon Hollow. Starlight flickered like dying embers in a vast, indifferent sky, and I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow. Shadows loomed, whispering secrets too heavy for the living. I was not alone. Elena clutched her pendant, her fingers trembling, and Marcus paced like a caged animal, his eyes wild with an unspeakable fear. "I can't do this," Elena gasped, her voice a fragile wisp, barely cutting through the suffocating silence. Her dark hair fell over her face, hiding the tears that shimmered like broken glass in the night. She cast a glance toward the horizon, where the sun would rise, but it felt as if hope had forsaken her entirely. "Then what?" Marcus snapped, his frustration spilling over. "Do you want them to find us? Do you want to end up like the others?" His breath came in ragged gasps, each one a reminder that time was slipping away. The prophecy loomed, a menacing specter that devoured the light around us. A prophecy that promised destruction, cloaked in the guise of our deepest fears. I remembered the day it came to life. The village square, once filled with laughter and the smell of baked bread, now stood barren, haunted by memories of happiness. We had listened, wide-eyed, as the soothsayer spoke in a voice that dripped with dread. When the moons align, shadows will awaken. The past will consume the future, and the children of the cursed will inherit the night. Her words curled around us like smoke, wrapping tight until we gasped for air. "Marcus, please," Elena pleaded, her voice cracking. "I can't. Stop saying can't." He exploded, each word a dagger. "We don't have that luxury. Do you think they care about our feelings? The shadows are coming, and if we don't act, there won't be a future to fear." The desperation in his eyes mirrored my own, a reflection of our shared dread. The wind howled, carrying with it a whisper that sent chills skittering down my spine. "They're here," I murmured, and my voice trembled like a fragile leaf caught in an autumn storm. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of inevitability. Elena swayed, the pendant swinging like a pendulum of doom. What if the prophecy is wrong? What if we're just what? Marcus barked, pulling her closer, urgency crackling in the air like static. Just a bunch of kids who don't understand the darkness creeping in. His hands were rough, but his grip held a tenderness that belied his panic. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a rhythmic reminder of time slipping away. Tick. Tark. Tick. Tark. Each sound was a countdown to a moment I desperately wished to avoid. I closed my eyes, and visions raced across my mind, faces of friends lost to shadows, laughter that had turned to screams, the chilling grip of despair wrapping around our hearts. "Marcus," I breathed, "what if we can change it? What if what we do tonight could alter the path?" My voice was barely a whisper, but it held the weight of hope, fragile yet insistent. "Change it?" He stared at me, disbelief etched on his features. "You really think we have that kind of power?" But I remembered the old tales, the whispers of those who had altered fate. I could almost hear the rustle of ancient pages turning, the ink still wet with the weight of possibility. It's not about power. It's about belief. We can be the spark that ignites the flame. Elena's eyes flickered with something. Was it hope? Or was it the glint of despair sharpening into something dangerous? "You really believe that?" "Yes," I insisted, the word cutting through the air like a blade. I remember what it felt like to believe in something greater than ourselves. I remember laughter, before the shadows came. Her breath hitched, and in that moment, the weight of our shared history pressed upon us like a stone. The laughter of children, the scent of fresh bread, the warmth of sunlight, memories entwined with fear, shadows lurking just beyond the light. The ground trembled beneath us, a rumble that echoed through the very bones of the earth. The prophecy stirred, a malignant force rising from the depths of the world. My heart raced as I clenched my fists, knuckles white with resolve. Whatever happens, we face it together. Elena nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. Together, she echoed, though uncertainty shadowed her words. But Marcus stood frozen, the darkness clawing at his soul. What if we fail? His voice was a whisper, hanging in the air like a noose. Then we fight back, I said fiercely, my words striking like lightning. We become the very thing they fear. The shadows quivered, restless, and a low growl rumbled from the abyss. It was a symphony of terror, a cacophony of despair, and as we faced the encroaching darkness, I could feel the weight of countless souls behind us, their hopes and fears swirling in the air. Are you ready? I asked, my heart racing with every beat. Elena squeezed my hand, fierce and unyielding. Ready. The shadows lunged, and in that moment, a singular thought pierced through the chaos. We were more than just victims of fate, we were the authors of our own story, trembling yet unbroken. And as the shadows closed in, I let out a primal scream, a declaration of defiance that echoed through the void, a promise that we would not succumb. The air crackled with energy, and time seemed to stretch, each second a heartbeat, each heartbeat a chance at survival. So we drew ourselves closer together, feeling the warmth of another spirit against the cold breath of fear. Together, we stood at the precipice, where the shadows ride, and the future danced just out of reach, knowing that the true confrontation had only just begun. The world spun, the prophecy whispered, and fear kissed our cheeks like the icy touch of death, but still, we stood, resolute, facing the dawn that would either save us or swallow us whole. The night was thick with tension, the air crackling like a charged storm, whispering secrets as shadows danced along the cold stone walls of the cavern. Rhea stood at the mouth of the dark abyss, her heart a wild drum in her chest, pounding out a frantic rhythm of fear and defiance. She could feel the icy fingers of fate wrapping around her throat, squeezing, demanding obedience. Above her, the echoes of thunder boomed like an angry god, a reminder that time was slipping away, her time. I can't lose them, she whispered, voice trembling, though the words felt like ashes in her mouth. The weight of her past loomed like a dark cloud, the memories of her children stolen, devoured whole by the insatiable hunger of Cronus. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the horrors she had endured, the cruel fate that awaited her next child if she did not act. But tonight was different. Rhea's resolve was a fierce flame, illuminating the path through her fear. She was a mother, a warrior cloaked in the shadows of her own despair. I will not let him take another, she vowed, her breath hitching with the weight of that promise. She clutched her stomach, ridged with a new life growing within her, a fragile hope, a flicker of light in an ocean of darkness. I will protect you, little one. And then there was the distant roar of Cronus, a monstrous echo that vibrated through the very bones of the earth. He was coming, his footsteps thunderous as he approached, the lord of time and tyranny, reigning mercilessly over all that moved. Fear twisted inside her, cold and relentless, but she steeled herself. She remembered the last child, the pain of his absence, a shadow that never left her side. Not again, she gritted her teeth, determination surging through her veins. In the shadows, the celestial threads of destiny were woven with remnants of betrayal and fear. Cronus, her once beloved, was a silhouette of despair. The man she had loved had become a monster, his heart a barren wasteland of greed. He had promised the world, but he had taken everything. Every smile had turned into a grimace, every laugh into a sob. As she prepared for the birth, an unbearable tension twisted her insides. Rhea! His voice, booming and grotesque, echoed off the cavern walls, shaking her very core. What are you hiding? The air stood still, pregnant with the weight of impending doom. Each moment drew closer to a breaking point, a crescendo of chaos that made the universe hold its breath. I'm not afraid of you, she cried, though her heart quivered with the lie. She could taste the iron of fear on her tongue, sharp and bitter. The shadows deepened, swirling around her like spirits of the lost, taunting her with memories of what once was and what could never be again. She held onto the warmth in her womb, a flicker of life that felt like a universe in itself. And there was Gaia, the ancient voice of the earth, a whisper in Rhea's ear, a promise of strength. "You are the mother of gods," she murmured gently, filling Rhea with a sense of purpose that surged through her, igniting the dormant embers of her courage. "You are not alone." But her solitude was a constant companion, a chain that bound her to despair. She remembered the faces of her children, their laughter echoing like a haunting melody. Each child lost had carved a piece of her heart, leaving her hollow, each memory a ghost that refused to fade. "What will become of you, my darling?" she murmured, caressing her belly, feeling the stirrings within, an eternal battle of light and darkness. And then, the moment arrived. Pain splintered through her, a tidal wave of agony and ecstasy. The world narrowed to the intensity of that single heartbeat, the pulse of life battling against the shadows that loomed ever closer. Rhea cried out, her voice raw and wild, a primal scream that shattered the silence, echoing through the darkest corners of the earth. With every surge of pain, the memories of loss whispered to her, clawing at her resolve. But with each contraction came a fierce strength, a reminder of what she fought for. "You will not take this one," she gasped, a ferocious determination igniting in her chest. In that moment, she was not just Rhea, the queen of the Titans, she was a mother, a lioness fighting for her cub. Time ceased to exist, all that mattered was the life shimmering just beneath the surface, waiting to burst forth into a world that craved light. Each wave of pain pulled her deeper into the abyss but also propelled her closer to salvation. "Rhea!" Cronus's voice thundered, reverberating through the stone, a grim reminder of the predator lurking just beyond the veil. "What's taking so long?" His impatience was palpable, a dark force she could feel in her very bones. But she would not be crushed. She would not be silenced. With one final scream that erupted from the depths of her soul, she pushed. The world exploded in a blaze of light and pain, the darkness unraveling, giving way to the radiant being that was to be Zeus. The cacophony subsided, replaced by the first cries of life, a sound that could shatter the very chains binding her heart. In that moment, everything shifted. The air around her shimmered, a fragile barrier separating her from the wrath of Cronus, as a fierce warmth enveloped her, igniting a spark of hope. She held the tiny form, feeling the weight of destiny settle in her arms like a divine promise. This child would be different. "You are my light," she whispered, the words infused with the power of her love. But even in this moment of triumph, the spectre of Cronus loomed just outside, a shadow waiting to pounce. Time was not on their side. The world held its breath, suspended in a fragile balance of light and darkness, as Rhea clutched her son, her heart racing with a blend of joy and terror. Her journey had just begun, a war raging on the horizon, but she was ready. In the depths of despair, she found her strength. In the shadows of loss, she birthed hope. And as the winds howled, ushering in the storm, she prepared to face whatever came next. Zeus was alive, and with him, a promise, the promise of change, of rebellion against the darkness. Yet, the shadows danced ever closer, and the night was far from over. The air crackled with tension, the taste of ozone lingering like a promise unfulfilled. I stood on the brink of a storm, my heart thrumming wildly, pounding against my ribcage like a caged beast desperate for freedom. The throne room loomed ahead, its cold marble floors gleaming ominously in the faint light, shadows whispering secrets of betrayal and ambition. Every breath I took felt heavy, laden with unspoken fears, as if the very walls were listening, waiting, holding their breath for the unthinkable. I remember the day I first felt the weight of my father's crown, the way it pressed down on my brow like a vice, a cruel reminder of expectations and legacies. Cronus, my father, a titan whose very name sent shivers through the hearts of gods and mortals alike, wore his cruelty like a second skin. With every passing day, the shadows of his tyranny crept closer, wrapping around us like a noose. He devoured his children, one by one, a grim feast that haunted me in the silence of the night. I knew, then, that the time had come to rise, to shatter the chains of our fate. "Zeus!" The cry cut through my thoughts like a blade. It was Metis, the goddess of wisdom, her eyes wide with fear. "You must hurry. He's coming." The urgency of her voice snapped me back to reality. I could feel the ground tremble beneath me, a manifestation of Cronus's wrath, a harbinger of chaos. I glanced at my brother, Poseidon, his face a mask of determination, yet I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. He was haunted by the ghosts of our siblings, swallowed whole by our father's insatiable hunger. I reached out, grabbing his shoulder, an anchor in the tempest. "We fight together, brother. We will not fall." His nod was barely perceptible, but it was enough to ignite a spark within me, our fragile flame against the overwhelming darkness. We were the last remnants of a legacy, the furious remnants of a lineage that craved freedom. I felt the weight of destiny pressing against my chest, the cosmos swirling above us, a witness to our struggle. The door burst open, and there he stood, Cronus, like a nightmare incarnate. His presence darkened the very air around us. Time seemed to slow. I could feel my heartbeat echoing in the silence, each thump reverberating through the room, a countdown to chaos. His eyes, cold and calculating, bore into mine as if he could peel away my resolve, layer by layer. "Foolish child," he bellowed, his voice a thunderclap that sent shards of fear skittering down my spine. "You think you can defy me? I am time, I am inevitability." I could hear the whispers of my siblings, lost in the abyss, calling out to me, a cacophony of voices echoing in my mind. They reminded me of my promise, the vow I made beneath the starlit sky, an oath to reclaim what was stolen, to avenge those devoured by our father's insatiable greed. I remembered their laughter, the warmth of their spirits, and the cruel twist of fate that robbed us of our bond. I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. "Your reign ends today," I shouted, my voice a fragile thing battling against the weight of my fear. I could see the shadows shift around me, the very fabric of the universe trembling in response to my defiance. A flicker of doubt crossed Cronus's face, a momentary crack in his terrifying facade, and I seized it. With a surge of power, I summoned the storm, lightning crackling in my palms, a manifestation of rage and hope intertwining. The air buzzed with energy, a symphony of chaos and fury. I felt Poseidon's presence beside me, the ocean's might swelling within him, ready to unleash the tempest. Metis stood firm, a beacon of wisdom amidst our fury, her heart beating in time with mine. The first bolt struck, illuminating the room with blinding brilliance. Time froze as Cronus raised his hand, the Titan's strength colliding with the elements. I could feel the ground shudder beneath us, a violent dance of power as the cosmos shifted. I breathed in the electricity of the moment, its raw intensity flooding my veins, igniting a fire that had long been dormant. "Fight!" Metis cried, and her voice resonated within my soul. I remembered my father's tyranny, the fear that clawed at my insides, and I let it fuel my rage. The shadows of my siblings gathered around me, urging me forward, their spirits igniting a fire within, pushing me beyond the brink. In that moment, the world exploded into chaos, lightning danced, and the very air crackled with energy. I felt the weight of the sky above us, gravity shifting, and Cronus reeled back, momentarily stunned. I took the opening, rushing forward, heart pounding, the thrill of battle coursing through me like a drug. This was the moment I had longed for, the pulse of destiny pounding in my ears. Locking eyes with my father, I saw the flicker of fear, the first crack in the armor of the Titan, and it exhilarated me. "You will not take what is ours any longer. We are the future." With each heartbeat, the room trembled, the shadows writhed, and I felt the world hinge on the precipice of a reckoning. Chaos and order collided within me, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning, a harbinger of more to come. The battle was far from over, the weight of our legacy pressed down upon us, and still, we fought. I faced Cronus, a titan against a child of destiny, ready to rewrite the stars. Time itself hung in the balance, and with every pulse of my heart, I felt the universe hold its breath, waiting for the outcome of our fury. This was the moment of reckoning, the moment everything would change. And with that, I surged forward, a bolt of lightning unleashed. The air crackled like a live wire, heavy with the scent of scorched earth and the bitter tang of blood. Time had ceased to exist, replaced instead by a cacophony of roars and cries, the symphony of chaos playing out against a backdrop of shattered skies. I stood there, heart pounding, surrounded by the shadows of ancient titans, their faces contorted in rage, and I felt as if the world itself teetered on the edge of oblivion. I remember the moment my gaze locked with that of Atlas, eyes burning with a desperate fury. The weight of the heavens bore down upon him, yet it was the crushing despair that twisted his features. "I will not falter," he growled, voice like thunder amidst the storm. I could see the cracks in his resolve, the glimmers of doubt hidden behind the determination, and in that moment, I understood the fragility of belief. The earth trembled beneath us, a living heartbeat echoing our own fears. Across the battlefield, there was Prometheus, his hand stained with the soot of defiance. He had stolen fire from the gods, igniting hope in the hearts of mortals. Yet here he was, a flickering flame threatened by the winds of war. "They will not take this from us," he shouted, but the words felt like a fragile whisper against the roar of titanic forces colliding. His belief was a sandcastle, beautiful and intricate, but doomed to be washed away by the relentless tide. I felt my own heart racing, caught between admiration for his bravery and sorrow for the inevitable. The Titans, once rulers of the cosmos, now stood against their own children, the Olympians, fierce in their resolve yet haunted by the weight of their lineage. I saw Cronus, his eyes gleaming with madness, swinging his sickle, a grim harbinger of death. Time had betrayed him, just as he had betrayed his own progeny. "You cannot defeat destiny," he bellowed, despair lacing his voice as he charged. I remembered my own battles with time, how every tick of the clock felt like a reminder of my own mortality. The irony twisted in my gut, stinging like acid. In that moment, the ground quaked beneath my feet, and the air was thick with dust and despair. I could hear the cries of the fallen, their voices rising like specters from the depths, echoing the tragedy that unfolded, the symphony of the doomed. The shadows danced around me, whispering secrets of vengeance and sorrow, and I felt the weight of their lost dreams, their shattered hopes. I was a mere spectator in this cosmic tragedy, and yet, the emotions clawed at my soul, pulling me deeper into the abyss. Zeus, radiant and terrible, unleashed his fury, a storm, a tempest, a flash of blinding light. I remember the moment it struck with the finality of a shattered dream. The sky split in two, and the roar of thunder swallowed the cries of the Titans. "I claim my birthright," he cried, a declaration that echoed through the ages, an affirmation tinged with the bitterness of betrayal. In his eyes, I saw a maelstrom of emotions, love for his lost siblings, hatred for a father who had once devoured them. It was an exquisite agony, a perfect storm of longing and rage. And there I was, caught between the Titans, the gods, and the raw pulse of existence itself. I felt the weight of their stories, the threads of their destinies woven into the very fabric of the world. I was not merely a witness, I was entwined in the chaos of their struggles, the heartbeat of the cosmos resonating within my own chest. Each clash of titans sent ripples through my core, and I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. I remember the fleeting glances shared between Prometheus and Atlas, a silent understanding of the burdens they carried. They were brothers bound by blood and sacrifice, yet separated by the chasm of their choices. "If only we could turn back time," Prometheus whispered, voice barely audible over the crash of the heavens. If only, but time, that relentless thief, stood laughing in the shadows, a reminder that the past could never be reclaimed. The war raged on, a relentless tide of fury and desperation. The earth cracked and split, swallowing the cries of those who fell. I felt the weight of their stories like 1,000 icy fingers wrapping around my heart. Each titan brought with them a narrative of loss, a legacy of betrayal. The shadows flickered around me, whispers of long-forgotten dreams echoing in my mind, a haunting reminder that we are all bound by the choices we make. In the heart of the storm, I saw Atlas falter. The sky weighed heavily on him, and I felt a pang of empathy cut through the chaos, a flawed hero, struggling under the weight of his burden, yet still refusing to yield. "I will hold the sky for you, brother," he yelled, voice raw with pain. In that moment, I realized that even the mightiest can tremble, even titans can break. As the final clash echoed through the valleys, the world teetered on the brink of destruction. The horizon burned with the fury of 1,000 suns, casting long shadows over the battlefield. I felt the air thicken, suffocating in its intensity, a reminder of the thin line between victory and annihilation. The titans roared, their cries rising into the heavens, mingling with the storm. And there, in the eye of the tempest, I stood, heart pounding, soul unmoored, a witness to the chaos that would shape the world. I remember the fear, the desperation, the flicker of hope tangled within despair. I was alive in the fury, each heartbeat a pulse of existence, each breath a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of defiance flickered. And as the clash of titans thundered around me, I knew that this was only the beginning, a relentless tide that would reshape destinies and rewrite the very fabric of existence. The Titanomachy was not merely a war. It was a dance of shadows and light, a symphony of pain and defiance, echoing through the annals of time. And I was just a heartbeat away from the next moment, standing at the precipice, waiting for the storm to take me further into the darkness. A low rumble echoed through the craggy peaks, a warning tremor that rattled bones and set teeth on edge. The air smelled of iron and smoke, an unsavory mix that clung to the throat like guilt. A dark figure stood at the edge of a precipice, staring into the chasm below, where shadows writhed like lost souls, and the winds howled secrets only the dead could understand. I remembered the stories, the tales whispered in the flickering glow of meager fires, tales of gods and titans, of Olympus, a shining beacon of power and despair. Was this how it began? Was this the moment when ambition became a curse? I watched as Lysander clenched his fists, knuckles white against the storm brewing inside him. A man built like a mountain, yet so delicate beneath the weight of expectations, he was both a warrior and a child. "We will not falter," he growled, voice gravelly as he summoned the thunder. But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a crack in the armor that he wore so proudly. In that moment, I felt the pull of his turmoil, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Here stood a man at the precipice of greatness, yet haunted by every decision that had led him here, every life that had been lost in the pursuit of glory. At his side, Selene trembled, though her spine was as straight as a spear. She held the weight of the moon in her gaze, luminous and fierce, but beneath that reflection lay a tempest. "We are not gods," she whispered, her voice fragile as gossamer threads weaving through the air. "We are mere mortals, playing games with forces we do not understand." Her brows knitted together, shadowed by the looming cloud swirling above. Fear painted her cheeks, a stark contrast to the fire in her heart. I knew this pain too well, the yearning to control the uncontrollable, to bend fate to one's will like a reed in the wind. But nature does not bend, it breaks. "Mortals?" Lysander scoffed, laughter tinged with hysteria. "We are destined to become legends. We will carve our names into the stone of eternity." He stepped closer to the edge, the abyss beckoning with a siren's call. I felt my own heart racing, a chaotic symphony of terror and exhilaration, each beat echoing the inevitability of their choices. They were standing at the precipice, not just of a mountain, but of destiny, where dreams and nightmares collide. I glanced at the skies, where the dark clouds twisted like serpents, coiling tighter as if the very universe held its breath. A shiver crawled down my spine, and I recalled the stories of those who dared to defy. I remembered the echoes of past sins, the bitter laughter of the gods who saw mortals as mere playthings, their fates dangling like marionettes on invisible strings. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of those who came before, the blood-soaked ground beneath our feet, and the ghosts that would not rest until justice was served. "Selene," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper against the shrieking winds. "What if we're wrong?" She turned to me, eyes wide with a mixture of hope and despair. "What is wrong?" she asked, the question hanging in the heavy air like a charged storm. To fail is to be human, to succeed, an act of hubris. There was a depth in her voice, a well of wisdom wrapped in vulnerability. As she spoke, I could feel the cracks in my own resolve, the fear accumulating in the hollow of my heart. How many times had I stood at the crossroads of ambition and morality? How many times had I watched dreams bleed into nightmares? The ground trembled again, and the shadows below writhed like serpents, hungry and relentless. I felt the pull of the abyss, a sweet lullaby promising power and freedom, but beneath it lay an insatiable void that would consume. I glanced back at Lysander, who gazed into the depths as if he could grasp the very stars from within that darkness. His jaw set, every muscle in his body taut with determination, yet his eyes flickered with the fear of what lay ahead. "We cannot turn back," he breathed, a mantra against the storm. But Selene's voice broke through the din, raw and trembling. "What if turning back is the only way to save us?" It hung in the air like a beautiful, tragic note, resonating with the tension of our plight, echoing the fears of uncharted paths. And then it happened, a crack of thunder split the sky, a roar of fury that shook the mountain. Lysander stumbled backward, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of his ambition seemed to crush him. I could sense the churning tide of doubt swallowing him whole, a rising panic that threatened to drown all reason. His voice broke, desperation spilling forth, "We are meant for greatness. We can't let fear dictate our choices." "Is it fear or wisdom?" Selene shot back, the two of them locked in a battle of wills as the sky darkened above. I could feel the electricity thrumming in the air, the raw energy of confrontations left unsaid crackling like the storm, ready to erupt. An unyielding silence enveloped us, time stretching, bending like the shadows that clawed at our feet. I remembered the dreams I'd had, the echoes of laughter and love, the faces of those who believed in something greater than themselves.
Were their dreams worth this risk? Were we willing to sacrifice everything for a chance to etch our names in the annals of time?
With tears threatening to spill, I stepped forward into the storm, feeling the pulse of my heart steady against the chaos surrounding us. We must choose, not as gods, but as who we are. My voice echoed through the void, filled with a resolve I didn't fully believe. The wind howled in response, a specter of the choices yet to be made. As the storm reached its crescendo, I could feel the tension snapping like a taut string on the verge of breaking. Olympus loomed above us, a promise of power, but below lay the haunted shadows of our fears, and the weight of our choices held us captive. Time slipped away like grains of sand, each moment a reminder of what was at stake. I could see the determination in Lysander's eyes, the flicker of hope in Selene's heart, and still, the abyss whispered its dark promises. And in that moment, as the first drops of rain fell like tears from a fractured sky, I realized we were all just players on a stage, caught in a melody of ambition, fear, and heartache, a symphony echoing through the void that would only grow louder as we stepped closer to our fate. The thunder cracked above Olympus, a symphony of chaos. Lightning split the sky like a jagged scar, illuminating the faces of gods who were once untouchable. They stood in a circle, the air thick with the weight of their fury. Each pulse of electricity mirrored the tremor in their hearts, ancient powers wrestling with their own insignificance. I could feel it in my bones, this raw energy, as I crouched behind a gilded statue, trembling. The gods were more human tonight than they had ever dared to be. There was Hera, her eyes burning with betrayal, lips pressed into a thin line. She was queen, yet a storm was brewing within her, a tempest threatening to swallow them all. She had held the reins of Olympus with a delicate yet iron grip, her heart balanced between love and vengeance. I remembered her laughter once, the warmth of it, now replaced by an icy silence that cut deeper than any blade. And then there was Ars, his body taut with tension, muscles rippling beneath battle-worn armor. He thrived on chaos, yet tonight, I saw fear in his eyes, a fear that even he could not conquer. The god of war, questioning his own legacy, clenching and unclenching his fists as if the act itself could crush the doubt swirling in his mind. I remembered his wars, the blood-soaked fields, the glorious victories that now felt hollow, empty as the echoes of fallen soldiers lingered like ghosts. Enough! Zeus roared, the sky answering with another flash of light, a voice both thunderous and sorrowful. His power was palpable, heavy, yet it felt like shackles constraining his spirit. A king losing his grip, I thought, as I watched the weight of their destinies hang in the balance. We cannot let our past define us. But the weight of history was suffocating, binding them to old grievances like chains forged in the fires of Olympus. I remember the whispers that haunted the halls, ancient prophecies swirling like dust motes in the sunlight, forgotten yet insistent. The gods will fall, they said. A new order will rise. It was a mantra that clawed at their hearts, a promise steeped in dread. I could taste the fear, sharp and metallic, as it mingled with the scent of rain-soaked earth beneath me.
Are we not more than our father's sins?
Hera's voice rose above the storm, the pain woven into her words like a tapestry of broken dreams. Are we not more than this cycle of blood and betrayal? It was a plea and a challenge, a spark igniting the tinder of their collective misery. Ars stepped forward, the weight of his sword heavy against his hip, raw defiance brewing in his chest. You speak of change, yet we cling to old grudges like ivy to stone.
Will we ever be free? His voice was a growl, yet there was an undercurrent of vulnerability. A warrior ready to break, to fight not just against enemies but against the very essence of what he had become. I felt his struggle, the urge to abandon the past, yet bound by loyalty and blood. There will be no new order without sacrifice, Zeus said, his voice quieter now, laced with the kind of sorrow only a father knows, knowing that children would spill blood over the choices of their ancestors. His gaze fell to the ground, the weight of a cosmos resting on his shoulders. You will not just face an enemy, you will confront yourselves. Dark clouds loomed, a harbinger of the tempest that would follow. I watched them, gods wrestling with the specter of their own making. It was a cosmic joke, immortal beings haunted by their own mortality, shackled by the chains of their past. The irony was not lost on me. They were trapped in a cycle, and I felt the punch of it in my chest, the pulse of inevitability. I remember, I whispered, though I was less than a ghost in their presence. I remember when the prayers of mortals were songs to your glory. And now, who sings? Silence crashed against my ears like waves shattering on rocks, and I trembled, a mere mortal caught in the whirlwind of divine reckoning. The heavens darkened, swirling with tempestuous emotions that mirrored the turmoil below. Shadows danced along the marble floors, flickering like candle flames in a storm. Who would rise? Who would fall? The air crackled with unsaid words, with tension thick enough to cut, and I could feel it in every fiber of my being. Something monumental was about to break. Hera's gaze darted to ours, a flicker of understanding passing between them, a bond forged in shared pain. We fight not for power but for redemption, she urged, desperation in her voice. We must build anew, not on the ruins of our fathers but on the ashes of our pride. Yet still, ours hesitated, the shadows of his past clawing at him. Do we dare to hope? He asked, his voice trembling, the fierce warrior now a lost boy in a storm of gods. I felt that question resonate, a pulse of uncertainty that echoed through every soul present. Hope is a dangerous thing, Zeus replied, his voice a rumble of thunder, yet tinged with a sadness that seeped into the ground beneath me. It can burn bright, but it can also consume. The tension snapped, a taut string breaking in the silence that followed, and I could see them all, gods wrestling not just with each other, but with their own shadows, their fears laid bare. The crowd of them, titans of old, were all teetering on the brink of something vast and unknown, a possibility wrapped in dread, a future that shimmered like a mirage. And in that moment, in the eye of their storm, I held my breath, caught in the whirlwind of their heartbeats. Would they shatter or would they rise? Would they reclaim their legacy or forge a new path? As the storm roared above, it felt as if the very fabric of existence was holding its breath alongside me, waiting for the moment that would change everything. I remember the silence before the storm, the kind of quiet that precedes the end, a breath held in anticipation of what was to come. Their struggles became mine, their fears intertwined with my own reality. It was no longer just a confrontation of gods, it was a reckoning for a world yearning for balance, for peace, for that elusive dream nestled in the heart of every soul. Lightning danced again across the sky, and I understood, this was not just a battle for power, it was a fight for identity, for belonging, for the right to redefine their existence. And as the storm broke, I couldn't look away, caught in the tempest of their emotions, a witness to the birth of something new, a new order rising from the ashes of despair, vibrant and alive, yet laced with the echoes of what had been. The night was a shroud, thick and heavy, cloaking the world in a suffocating darkness. The stars flickered like distant memories, lost amidst the void. I stood in the center of the clearing, heart pounding, pulse a drumbeat of impending doom. The air crackled, something ancient and terrible was awakening. I could feel it in my bones, clawing at the edges of my consciousness, whispering of rebellion and ruin. From the shadows emerged Elara, her eyes fierce like storm clouds. She was a wild flame, a spirit yearning for release. We can't turn back, Prometheus, she said, her voice trembling yet resolute. We're so close. She grasped my arm, her fingers icy, but her grip was steel. I looked into her eyes, a swirling tempest of hope and fear, and I remembered the weight of our choices, the faces of those who had come before us, the innocent ones we were about to set ablaze with our reckless ambition. I inhaled sharply, the scent of damp earth and the promise of rain heavy in the air.
There was no turning back, not now. You know what they'll do if they catch us, I whispered, my voice cracking under the weight of truth. They will not just punish us, they will make an example of us. Images flashed in my mind, fires raging in the hearth, the screams of the condemned echoing through the valley. The elders had warned me, do not stir the gods, lest you become their plaything. I had dismissed their words then. Now, they haunted me, shadows lurking in the corners of my mind. Beside me, Selim shifted, the quiet one, always lingering at the edge, caught between his desires and the chains of his fears. I don't know, Ilara. What if we're wrong? His voice quivered like a feeble flame in the wind, and I could sense the tremor beneath his skin. The uncertainty radiated from him, a palpable thing that clung to the night air. But beneath his doubt, there was also a flicker of longing, a hunger for something more, something beyond the dark confines of our existence. Ilara turned to him, her expression fierce and unyielding. Do you want to live forever in the shadows? To watch as the world suffers in silence? Her words were a blade, slicing through the stillness. My heart raced, caught in the crossfire of their emotions. I could see it now, Selim's eyes widening, the flicker of recognition igniting a fire within him. He wanted to be more than a bystander, more than a whisper in the dark. I remember, I murmured, the words escaping my lips like a confession, the stories my mother used to tell. The fire that brought warmth, that kindled hope. It wasn't just a gift, it was life. It was everything. But even as I spoke, a chill crept through my veins, a foreboding sense of what was to come. The fire we sought was not merely an element, it was a reckoning. The trees loomed around us, sentinels of the night, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers, reaching for something just beyond touch. I felt the heartbeat of the earth, the rhythm of creation and destruction intertwined. What if we fail? Selim's voice broke through my thoughts, jagged and raw. What if we unleash something we cannot control? With every heartbeat, the air thickened, heavy with the weight of our choices. Ilara stepped closer, her breath warm against my skin. Or what if we succeed? There was a fire in her gaze, a reckless abandon that both terrified and exhilarated me. She was the spark, and I was the kindling, the world around us a fragile tapestry woven from dreams and despair. The moon broke through the clouds, casting a silvery glow over the clearing, illuminating the path before us. I took a step forward, the urge to move, to act, to seize this moment pulsing through me. Let's do it, I said, the words tumbling from my lips like the first drops of rain. For those who have suffered, for the dreams we dare to dream. The weight of those words hung in the air, a promise, a challenge, a reckoning. Ilara's eyes sparkled with defiance, and she drew breath, a war cry in the making. Then let's bring fire to the world. The cry hung suspended in the night, a declaration that pierced the silence and reverberated with the echoes of forgotten legends. In that moment, we were more than mere mortals, we were the architects of fate, the harbingers of change. But the darkness shivered, and the shadows deepened. I could sense the eyes of the gods upon us, watching, waiting, an audience to our folly. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a warning of the storm to come. I turned to Selim, who stood frozen, uncertainty written across his face like a mask he could not shed. This is it, I urged him, my voice a lifeline in the tempest of doubt. You can choose to be ordinary, or you can choose to be extraordinary. As we gathered our resolve, a scent began to waft through the air, smoky, metallic, like a promise and a threat entwined. It was the scent of fire, of creation and destruction, of rebirth and calamity. The ground began to thrum with energy, a pulse that matched the rhythm of our hearts, thumping louder, echoing the call of the wild, the promise of freedom interwoven with the spectre of chaos. Together, Ilara said, her voice fierce, igniting something primal within me. Together, we can change everything. I could feel the weight of those words, heavy yet exhilarating, like the first taste of fire on the tongue, a warmth against the chill of the night. In that moment, standing at the precipice of the unknown, I understood the gravity of our choice. I felt it surge through me, an electric current of ambition and dread, pulsating with the knowledge that what we were about to unleash could either illuminate the world or consume it whole. I took a deep breath,
the air thick with anticipation, and as we clasped hands, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of our dreams, I knew we were no longer just searching for fire, we were igniting a revolution. The night held its breath, and so did we. And in the distance, the faintest flicker of light began to dance on the horizon, a beacon of both hope and despair. And as the darkness wrapped around us, we stepped forward, eyes locked on the flickering flame, the gift of fire pulling us deeper into the unknown. In that moment, time unraveled, and all that existed was the pulse of destiny, the promise of what lay ahead. The line between fear and exhilaration blurred, and all I could feel was the weight of history in my bones, the echo of 1,000 souls urging us onward, into the embrace of the flame. The air was thick with an unshakable tension, a palpable pulse that seemed to echo the frantic beat of my heart. I stood at the edge of a world trembling on the brink of calamity, cloaked in shadows that whispered secrets too heavy to bear. It was a moment hung in time, like the last breath of twilight before the darkness descended. I could feel her there, Pandora, trembling just out of sight, a delicate flower in a tempest, poised to alter the course of existence itself. I remember the stillness, the deep-rooted fear gnawing at my insides like an insistent creature longing to break free. She was forged from the remnants of a fractured creation, a woman sculpted by hands that knew the weight of 1,000 regrets. Each curve of her form was a testament to the chaos of the gods, a bittersweet harmony of beauty and destruction. And yet, as the world around us spiraled into madness, she stood there, a fragile enigma wrapped in the fabric of destiny. He stood by her, Epimetheus, her unwavering companion, his heart a battlefield of contradictions. How could he look at her without trembling? The love he bore was a fierce wildfire, warm yet capable of consuming everything in its path. I remember, he whispered, his voice a broken melody, the moment you first stepped into my world. I was blinded by your light. Those words hung in the air, igniting a spark of hope that danced precariously on the edge of despair. But the world was not ready for her light. In the distance, the cacophony of chaos surged like a tempest, a haunting wave of screams and despair. The gods, perched atop their thrones of clouds, watched with amusement, cloaked in the arrogance of immortality. You've given them a gift, a Pandora's box, they taunted, their voices curling around us like smoke, sinister and intoxicating. But they had no concept of the burden that gift carried, a burden that would soon awaken the darker recesses of humanity. I remember the stories, I said to no one, as if to fill the void with echoes of the past, the tales twisted by fear, sewn into the very fabric of fabrications. I could still hear the echoes of those ancient whispers, tales of a woman who would unleash calamities upon the world, her name forever synonymous with suffering. But none of those stories lived in the truth of her being. She was more than a vessel of doom, she was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and desires. I watched Epimetheus as he wrestled with his own demons, that internal struggle palpable beneath the surface. He cradled Pandora's hands, his eyes searching hers for a glimpse of reassurance that would quench the fire of doubt raging within. "I cannot lose you," he breathed, the words laced with desperation. Each syllable sliced through the air, sharp as a blade, exposing the raw vulnerability of love caught in a storm of uncertainty. And there she was, a mirror of his conflict, her expression a tumultuous sea of doubt and defiance. "What if I am the cause of their suffering?" Her voice trembled, a whisper of silk caught in the wind. The weight of that question hung between us like a leaden cloud, an unanswerable riddle concealed in shadows. "Without you," he said, "there is no hope." It was a desperate declaration, yet it felt like an undeniable truth, binding them together in a shared destiny that pulsed with the rhythm of the universe. In that moment, all the noise faded, the screams, the laughter, the echo of divine mockery. Time slowed, bending to their will as they clung to each other, souls intertwined in a dance of fear and longing. I felt the world constrict around them, a tightening noose that threatened to suffocate their light. They were standing at the edge of an abyss, and I couldn't help but hold my breath, teetering on the precipice of their fate. Pandora's gaze turned toward the horizon, her eyes reflecting the twilight. "What if I'm not strong enough?" she asked, the question shimmering with the weight of the cosmos. "What if I can't carry the burden of this gift?" The stars blinked back at her, indifferent witnesses to her internal battle. And in that moment, a shiver ran through me, a collective heartbeat that pulsed with emotion.
I could feel the universe holding its breath, suspended in time, as if waiting for her answer, waiting for the moment she would embrace her own power, choosing to define her role in the tapestry of existence rather than allowing it to define her. I remember, I whispered again, the countless times we look away from our fears, hiding in the shadows, afraid to embrace our truth. But Pandora was not the one to shrink back. With a fierce determination, she took a step forward, her voice steady, dripping with conviction. Then I will not let fear dictate my path. I will wield this gift, whatever the cost. Her words sliced through the silence, igniting a spark of hope, and in that moment, I realized the true Pandora wasn't a bearer of calamity but a catalyst for change. Yet the storm was brewing. The darkness roiled and simmered, threatening to spill over, to consume everything in its path. Outside of their fragile sanctuary, chaos awaited, a ravenous beast hungry for the chaos she would unleash. And there I was, an unseen observer, acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, the unfurling of a thread that would weave itself into the very fabric of history. As I watched them stand together, trembling but resolute, I felt my own heart quicken, racing toward an inevitable confrontation, a moment where everything would collide. The clock ticked, its hands inexorably moving toward an uncertain fate, until the last heartbeat echoed through the silence. A gust of wind howled through the trees, and I knew this was not an end, but a harrowing beginning, a heart-stopping oscillation that would send ripples through time. I remember the weight of their choice lingering in the air, a promise wrapped in the tender filaments of hope. As they faced the chaos, I could feel the world holding its breath, waiting for the moment the box would be opened, the moment everything would change. The air crackled with anticipation, and I was powerless to look away, caught in the maelstrom of their fate. A thunderclap rips through the silence, splitting the air like a fragile promise. The world holds its breath. In a dim chamber woven with shadows, a woman screams, a sound that reverberates through the walls of Olympus itself. It echoes like a warning, a herald of destiny, while the scent of iron hangs heavy, mixing with the damp earthiness of the stone. My heart races as I step closer, feeling the pulse of the moment, a tension thick enough to slice through. I remember her, the fierce, proud figure of Metis, goddess of wisdom, bending over the churning chaos within her. She's a tempest wrapped in silk, her brow furrowed with the weight of knowledge, the burden of prophecy. Every gasp and groan is laced with the anticipation of something monumental. Her eyes, once bright and so full of laughter, now glisten with unshed tears, brimming with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. She knows what's coming. She knows she is a vessel, not just for life, but for an idea that could shatter the heavens. Then there's Zeus, the king, a titan of thunder, standing at the threshold, arms crossed, granite face a mask of turmoil. He's torn between love and fear, between the woman he adores and the power that threatens to consume him. The very thought of her child sends shivers through him. A girl, he whispers, but it feels like a curse. He recalls the prophecy, the warning that his own child would one day dethrone him. I won't let that happen, he vows, but the oath hangs in the air, fragile as the flickering candlelight. I feel the weight of it, feel the history of gods and mortals binding together like a tattered thread. The tension coils tighter, suffocating, a serpent ready to strike. Time stands still. A clock ticks somewhere in the distance, counting down the moments until the inevitable. Shadows dance across the walls, whispering secrets of gods and mortals intertwined, each heartbeat echoing like a drum. My pulse quickens. Suddenly, another scream shatters the stillness. Metis arches her back, a mixture of agony and ecstasy, as though giving birth to a storm. The light in the room shifts, bending like a reflection on water, revealing the first flicker of divine brilliance, a flash of armor, of wisdom, of something more ethereal than the very air we breathe. I remember the feeling of dread creeping into my bones, the faint memory of a child's laughter swallowed by darkened clouds. I see Zeus, his hands balled into fists, trembling with the weight of his choices, the agony of knowing that power can be both a blessing and a curse. His heart battles against the chains of fate, each beat a desperate plea for control when he knows the truth, control is a lie. Metis gasps again, and the walls shudder as if Olympus itself fears what is about to emerge. Athena, she cries, and the name resonates like a hymn, a melody of creation and destruction entwined.
It's a name that will be whispered in reverence and dread for generations to come. As if to answer her call, the air thickens, crackling with electricity, and the very fabric of reality bends. Then, in an explosion of light and sound, Athena bursts forth, fully formed, clad in gleaming armor that reflects the flickering flames of creation. She is beauty and terror, wisdom and chaos, born from the depths of a heart that wore wisdom like a crown. I gasp, feeling the shockwave of her arrival resonate deep within me. This is no ordinary child, she is a force of nature, a herald of change. Zeus, caught between awe and fear, stumbles back. But how? His voice trembles, a clash of doubt and recognition, for Athena's eyes are pools of ancient knowledge. She gazes at him, unflinching, as if she knows every thread of his soul, every secret he has hidden behind the mask of a god. And then I feel it, a chill that runs deep, wrapping around my heart like barbed wire. Metis, once vibrant and alive, begins to fade. I watch her spirit dim, her sacrifice palpable, a mother relinquishing her essence for the sake of creation. She knows Athena will rise, but she also knows she must disappear, must become a whisper in the wind, a ghost of wisdom that will never die. Why? She chokes out, her voice barely a breath, filled with a raw, aching sorrow. Why must it be this way? The question lingers in the air, heavy and haunting. Zeus, the god of thunder, looks toward her, the softening of his heart battling the weight of his crown. I never wished for this, he murmurs, his eyes glistening. But the truth is, he knows, power demands sacrifice, and sacrifice is a cruel, treacherous path. With every moment, I feel the inevitability mounting, the tension thickening until it's almost unbearable. I remember the whispers of the past, tales of sacrifice and loss, the echoes of gods wrestling with their destinies. Athena stands at the threshold, poised to shatter the chains of fate, yet aware that her birth is woven into the very fabric of her mother's demise. Time presses forward, relentless and unyielding. I hear the heartbeat of the cosmos, pounding like a war drum, and I know this is just the beginning. The rise of wisdom is upon us, but it comes at a price, one that will haunt the very foundations of Olympus and the hearts of all who dare to grasp at power. As I watch the scene unfold, a prayer lingers in the air, a desperate hope that wisdom can illuminate the darkest corners of existence, even as shadows loom. Athena, a child of light and shadow, is destined to walk a path fraught with peril, yet glimmering with the promise of change. The birth of wisdom is a birth of contradictions, a beautiful chaos that will echo through time, forever entwined with the hearts of gods and mortals alike. And as the light fades, I feel the darkness creeping in again, wrapping around me, a reminder that every birth is also a death, and every beginning heralds an end, a loop of existence that holds us all captive. The moon hung low, its pallid glow spilling across the cobblestones, creating a path of silver and shadows. I remember the first time I truly felt Metis. It was on a night just like this, when the chill in the air seeped into my bones, and the weight of forgotten wisdom pressed down like a leaden cloak. I was standing in the narrow alley, heart racing, the scent of rain mingling with the decay of autumn leaves. The echoes of shouting voices faded into the distance, leaving only the haunting whispers of what might come. I remember the moment, Alasia's eyes darting, wild with fear. She was beautiful, fierce, and lost, like a storm trapped in a bottle. There was madness in her gaze, a flicker of desperation that sent shivers racing across my skin. "We have to go now," she pleaded, her voice strained as if every word clawed its way out. But I was rooted, my feet planted against the stone, the world around us swirling in disarray. And there was Thorn, her brother, the embodiment of stubbornness wrapped in leather and bravery. His hands clenched into fists, a warrior caught between the duty of protection and the gnawing doubt that threatened to unravel him. "Alasia, think," he barked, but his voice cracked, and I saw the truth behind the bravado, fear, the kind that gnawed at the edges of his heart like a rat in the dark. A flicker of doubt passed between them, an unspoken conversation that twisted the air heavy, thick with tension. I remember the stories we told ourselves. Metis, the goddess of wisdom, was said to dwell in the shadows, her presence felt in the moments of clarity that strike at the most unexpected times. I had always envisioned her as a silhouette against the stars, a figure draped in night, holding the universe in her hands. But on this night, she was a tempest, a restless spirit, her whispers swirling around us like smoke, suffocating, intoxicating. The distant sirens wailed, a herald of chaos lurching closer, and Alizia's breath caught in her throat. "They're coming for us!" Their voices, raucous and reveling in the hunt, were like hounds baying for blood. I could feel the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of its secrets thrumming beneath our feet, as if it too was alive, aware of the fate that awaited us. "Alizia, listen to me!" Thorn's voice cracked with an urgency that pierced through the fog of panic. "We can't run without a plan. We need wisdom," she spat, her anger flaring like a candle flickering in the wind. "What has wisdom ever done for us? Look around. They don't care about our plans or our dreams." Her frustration was palpable, a living thing threatening to consume her whole, and in that moment, I felt the weight of choices bearing down on us. The shadows twisted, living things of their own, creeping closer, and I could almost feel Metis lurking just beyond my vision, her essence suffusing the air, urging us, tearing at the fabric of our denial. I closed my eyes, inhaling the dampness around me, the tang of fear sharp against my tongue. "Alizia, you can't let fear eclipse your judgment," I whispered, my own voice trembling under the weight of it all. But she was caught in a tidal wave of despair, her vulnerability laid bare. "How can you say that? You don't know what it's like to lose everything." Her words struck like daggers, and I felt their bitter sting. I remembered the night my father vanished, the silence stretching in the absence of his laughter. The fear of helplessness clung to me like a shadow, and in her eyes I saw myself reflected, a mirror of anguish and determination. Thorn stepped forward, his face hardened, the ghost of determination flickering behind his eyes like a dying ember. "We must trust in Metis," he said, but even as he spoke, I could see the cracks in his resolve. The uncertainty that gnawed at his heart, that whispered of failure. "We must," but before he could finish, a crash echoed through the alley, a sound that shattered the fragile hope we clung to. They were coming, relentless as the tide, and in that moment, time lost all meaning. I could feel the world tightening, squeezing us into a space where choices became echoes and shadows danced with madness. Alizia took a step back, and I could see the wall she had built around her heart begin to crumble, brick by brick, vulnerable and raw. "What if wisdom isn't enough?" she whispered, and the question hung heavy in the air, an invocation of doubt that curled around us, a noose tightening with every breath. But then, in the stillness that followed, I felt something shift, a chill that wrapped around my spine like fingers, a clarity that pierced through the chaos. "What if it is?" I breathed out, the words igniting a spark of something inside me. "What if wisdom can guide us through this?" Alizia's eyes locked onto mine, a moment of recognition flickering between us like lightning. Her breath slowed as if she were wrestling with the very essence of fear itself. "But what if we fail? What if we fly?" I countered, my heart racing as the thrill of possibility surged, and even as the darkness crept closer, I felt it, a sliver of hope, a tiny flicker of light breaking through the suffocating grip of despair. Thorn nodded slowly, the fierce determination returning to his gaze. "We fight," he said simply, the ferocity of his words igniting a fire in the pit of my stomach. "With wisdom as our weapon. We will not let the shadows consume us." The air crackled with tension, charged with possibilities and the ghosts of nightmares. The city around us pulsed, alive with the unspoken promises of Metis, the goddess who whispered in the silence, who danced in the chaos. And so, we stood together, the weight of choices pressing down, the darkness closing in, but in that moment, we were not just lost souls in an alley, we were warriors on the brink of a storm, ready to face the very shadows that threatened to devour us whole. The echoes of the past entwined with the urgency of the present, and I felt Metis wrap around us like an embrace, an unwavering reminder that even in the depths of despair, wisdom could rise from the ashes like a phoenix, fierce and unyielding. As the first footsteps echoed in the distance, I found my voice, raw and trembling with emotion, "Let them come." And together, we took a step forward, into the unknown, into the chaos, ready to carve our own path beneath the watchful gaze of the goddess who lingered in the shadows. The air crackled with unease, a tangible thing, like static before a storm. Far above, the sky contorted into dark, swirling clouds, pregnant with the weight of impending doom. I stood frozen, my heart pounding an anxious rhythm against my ribcage, each thud a reminder of the chaos unraveling around me. They had told me whispers of the prophecy, the eerie lines etched into stone and shadow, but standing here, beneath the thunderous discord, I could feel the truth curling around my throat, tightening, suffocating. I remember the night our lives spiraled, when the wind carried the scent of rain and sorrow, the distant wail of a child echoing through the fields. I remember clenching my fists so tightly that my nails bit into my palms, as if that pain could anchor me to reality. In that moment, I saw her, a flicker of gold in the darkness, a beacon that cut through the shadows. Athena, the child of fate, a name draped in whispers and fear. Her birth was not merely a blessing, it was a herald of upheaval, a shift in the very fabric of our lives. In the midst of this turmoil stood my father, a man who wore the weight of kingship like a shroud, his brow furrowed in lines deeper than the valleys. He'd once held the laughter of a child, but now his gaze was a storm of desperation and dread. "She must not be born," he muttered, the words hanging like smoke, heavy, suffocating, filled with unspoken fears. I could see it in the tight lines of his mouth, the way his hands trembled ever so slightly, betraying the facade of a ruler. I felt a pang of grief for a man I barely recognized anymore, a warrior reduced to whispers of his own making. The ground shook beneath our feet, a rumble that reverberated through our bones as if the earth itself was protesting against the birth of a goddess. "We must go," my mother urged, her voice cutting through the noise like a siren. Her eyes, once filled with warmth, were now pools of liquid fear. She grabbed my wrist, pulling me toward the ancient temple, the place that had become a sanctuary and a prison all at once. The walls echoed with memories of love, loss, of promises made and broken under the watchful gaze of the gods. I can still hear the whispers, the rustling leaves outside, murmuring secrets of the night. "They will come for her," I said, the words spilling from my lips in a rush. "What will we do?" The weight of that question hung in the air, thick as fog, suffocating and cold. My father met my gaze, the shadows under his eyes deepening, and for a moment, a fleeting heartbeat, I saw the man he had been. "It is not our choice," he replied, his voice a gravelly whisper. "Fate has its own design." Those words twisted like a knife in my gut. I wanted to scream, to rail against the cruel hand of destiny, but the fear pinched my voice, rendering me silent. I remembered stories of other prophecies, of heroes and monsters, and how they never ended well. Outside, a flash of lightning illuminated the night, and for a heartbeat, I caught sight of the figures lurking in the distance. Cloaked in shadows, their eyes burned like coals, hungry and relentless. Fear slithered down my spine. "Father, they're here!" The warning ripped from my throat, raw and desperate. My mother clutched my wrist tighter, the urgency in her grip igniting a fire of instinct within me. I was no longer just a daughter, I was a protector. The storm outside raged, a tempest that mirrored the chaos within our hearts. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed past the heavy doors of the temple, stepping into the night. The rain fell in torrents, each drop a reminder of the weight of our choices. I could feel the chill seeping into my bones, the realization that the world was watching, waiting for the dawn of a new era, or the destruction of everything we held dear. And then there was her cry, a sound that pierced the tempest, a keening wail that sliced through the thunder. "She's coming!" My heart raced, fear and anticipation coiling together like a thread of fate. Athena, so close, so critical to our fate, and yet the darkness loomed ever larger, threatening to swallow us whole. "Stay close!" I shouted, grappling with the chaos of the night as I pulled my parents forward. The shadows seemed to dance, flickering in and out of existence as they closed in around us. I could hear their whispers, a cacophony of urgency that beckoned me deeper into the night. "Protect her," they hissed, and with every syllable, the weight of their command bore down on my shoulders. My mother moved beside me, her face a mask of determination, and for a moment, I saw the fierce love that had always guided her. "We will keep her safe," she vowed, and I believed her, if only for that fleeting moment. The three of us, a united front against the encroaching darkness, stepped deeper into the storm, hearts racing, breath hitching in our throats.
But the shadows were relentless, a tide of fear rising, and even as I fought to hold my family together, I felt the past creeping in, memories swirling like autumn leaves. I remembered stories of gods and heroes, of sacrifices made under the weight of prophecy. Would we become another tale whispered in the night? Suddenly, the ground beneath us trembled once more, and a deafening roar filled the air, drowning out the thunder. They had come, the harbingers of prophecy and fear, ready to claim what was foretold. I could see their figures breaking through the trees, an army of shadows, each step a thunderclap in the night. "Run!" I screamed, urgency spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. But as we turned, I felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon us, each filled with expectation and dread. They were not just coming for Athena. They were coming for us all. And I could feel the cold grip of fate tightening around our throats as we stumbled forward into an abyss, the spiraling chaos swallowing us whole. The storm raged on, a haunting melody of fear and hope intertwined, as the prophecy unfurled its dark wings, ready to consume the light. In that moment, I understood, this was not just her birth, it was the reckoning of every choice we had ever made, the echoes of our past colliding with the promise of an uncertain future. The night stretched infinitely before us, an endless loop of torment and desire, as the cries of the world rang out, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. Lightning crackled overhead, a furious pulse of energy that cracked the sky open like an eggshell. Thunder roared, enough to rattle bones and awaken the slumbering fears buried deep in the hearts of gods. In the eye of this storm, Zeus stood, his thunderous gaze fixed on the horizon. A weight pressed against his chest, heavier than any storm he had summoned. The air felt thick with the taste of betrayal, of loss, of a decision that loomed monstrous and inevitable. I could feel it, that strange sensation, the chill of 1,000 shadows wrapping around me, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. Metis, wisest of all, floated at the edge of my thoughts, a haunting figure draped in silken shadows. I remembered her laughter, a melody that danced like sunlight through leaves, but now, in this moment, it felt like an echo of a death knell. She was pregnant, and that was everything, her wisdom, her strength, a precious gift. Yet, it was also a danger I couldn't ignore. "Zeus," her voice cut through the storm, sharp and unnerving. "You know what you must do." Each word felt like a dagger, slicing through the thick fog of doubt that clouded my heart. I was not just a king, I was a father, a protector. But how could I protect my world from a child born of such cunning? The truth was a double-edged sword, and as the god of thunder, I had to wield it. The question was, whom would I sacrifice? I remember the moon, that silver sentinel watching over us, and the shadows that danced beneath its watchful gaze. They whispered tales of gods who had come before me, of power unchecked and how it devoured the very souls of its bearers. Cronus, my father, swallowed his children to stave off his own fear of losing power. Did I, too, inherit that curse? Was I destined to repeat the sins of the past? In that moment, doubt gripped my heart, and I turned my gaze toward Metis. She stood illuminated against the storm's fury, her beauty woven from the very threads of the universe. Yet there was something deeper in her eyes, a flicker of betrayal, a question wrapped in hurt. She had always been the smartest, the sharpest blade in my arsenal, but now, she was a potential rival. The storm raged louder, thundering like my heartbeat, matching the chaos brewing inside. "I won't let you harm our child," she said, her voice resolute, like an iron door slamming shut. It felt like a declaration of war, a battle of wills played out against the backdrop of a tempest. "Then what do you propose?" I shouted, and the winds howled in response, whipping through our hair, wild and untamed. "You think I want to do this? You think I relish the thought of consuming you? It's a choice I have to make for the world." Her eyes narrowed, filled with hurt, betrayal, and a glimmer of understanding that cut deeper than any blade. She was the goddess of wisdom, after all, she knew the stakes. But did she know the cost? "Zeus," her voice softened, yet the intensity remained. "You don't have to sacrifice me. There's another way. We could raise our child together, but what if it's a threat?" I interjected, the words exploding from my lips, frantic. "What if we create something that could bring ruin? I'm not just a god. I'm a king. My decisions ripple across time. You know this. The wind howled, the clouds roiling, and in that visceral moment, I heard the distant echoes of my father's voice warning me, taunting me from the shadows. You will never be free of the chains of your lineage. I stood there, caught in the eye of a cyclone, torn between love and duty, between the past that haunted me and the future that beckoned with cruel uncertainty. The weight of the decision felt like a mountain pressing down on my very soul. I will not let fear dictate my heart. I will not let the shadows of the past consume me. I cried, yet the words felt hollow against the howling winds. The truth was that fear had already taken root, growing like a dark vine entwining my heart. In that moment, I felt the taste of metal on my tongue, blood, sweat, and tears, the fabric of all that had come before. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, the betrayal seeping under my skin. My heart raced, pounding against the walls of my ribcage, a desperate plea for life beyond this cursed decision. Metis stepped closer, her presence both soothing and terrifying, a reminder of all I stood to lose. You're not just a god, Zeus. You're a father. You have the power to create, to nurture. Don't destroy what you can cherish. Her voice was like a balm, but the truth was a poison. And then, in the eye of that storm, clarity pierced through the chaos. I saw the cosmos swirling around us, stars flickering in the distance, time stretching infinitely. I could see my fear, but I could also see my hope. And it took my breath away. But still, the decision loomed, looming larger than life itself. My heart raced, a wild creature trying to escape a cage of my own making. Every heartbeat screamed for resolution, for an end to this torment. I'm sorry, I whispered, and it felt like a sacrament, a confession, a surrender. The storm rumbled, and I could feel the weight of eternity pressing in. Don't, she pleaded, but it was too late. I had already made my choice, a choice that would shape the future of Olympus and beyond. In that moment of impending darkness, as the winds howled and lightning split the sky, I felt a desperate thrill, an awakening of the primal chaos that lay within. I was a god, yes, but more than that, I was a man caught in an impossible spiral, a heartbeat away from destiny's cruel embrace. And as I prepared to consume Metis, a single thought gripped me: what ghosts would rise from this decision? What shadows would haunt me in the silence that followed? I took a breath, and the world fell away, leaving only the storm, the whispers, and the weight of my choice, heavy as an eternal night. The thunder cracked, a jagged echo of chaos piercing the thick, oppressive air. Beneath the storm's shadow, Zeus stood alone, his heart pounding like a war drum against the confines of his divine chest. Rain drummed against the marble, each drop a reminder of the tempest brewing, not just outside, but within. His fingers tightened into fists, knuckles white, as a sudden, searing pain lanced through his head. Stop, he roared into the void, but the void answered back with silence, a mocking, hollow resonance that sent shivers crawling up his spine. The silence wasn't empty, it was pregnant with tension, throbbing with the weight of unspoken words and unshed tears. Inside him, something stirred, awakening a visceral fear that twisted like a serpent, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. Athena! Her name echoed in his mind, a haunting symphony of power and uncertainty. No mortal had ever been born from a mind, but there she was, an entity woven from wisdom, strength, and an unsettling longing. She was trapped, cocooned in the dark caverns of his thoughts, and he could feel her there, alive and restless. There was no escape. She was his and yet apart, a paradox that threatened to split him in two. I remember the night she first whispered to me, her voice like the softest breeze, tempting yet terrifying. "Father, I am here." Those words cut through him like a blade, sharp and unyielding. For years, Zeus had prided himself on being the master of his realm, but now, he felt more like a prisoner, shackled by the very essence of creation. On the other side of the storm, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, there was a flicker of light, Athena's essence shining through the darkness, fragile yet fierce. But who was she truly? A daughter? A weapon? A god? The question spiraled in his mind, a vortex of desperation and confusion. He wanted to cradle her, to guide her into the world, but how could he do that when he wasn't even sure what she was?
Meanwhile, in the crowded halls of Olympus, Hera watched with a simmering blend of rage and sorrow. She had been his queen, his partner, but now she felt like a ghost haunting the periphery of her own life. Their love, once a blazing fire, was reduced to flickering embers, and the storm brewing in Zeus's heart only added fuel to the growing inferno of her discontent. I remember the laughter they used to share, the warmth radiating from their union like sunlight on a summer's day. But now, all she felt was the cold bite of betrayal, the icy fingers of jealousy curling around her throat. Athena was not just a child, she was a symbol of Zeus's power, a reminder of his infidelities. With every day that passed, Hera felt more like a shadow, fading into insignificance. "Do you think she will love you?" Hera's voice sliced through the silence as she approached Zeus, her tone sharp like glass. "Or will she see you for what you are? A god who brings ruin in his wake." The tension crackled between them like electricity, raw and primal. Zeus turned, eyes blazing with defiance, yet a flicker of uncertainty danced in their depths. "She is my daughter. She will know my heart." But would she? Would Athena recognize the man behind the god? The father beneath the facade? Or would she only see the storm, the chaos he carried within, the blood-soaked hands of a ruler burdened by the weight of his choices? In that moment, as Hera's piercing gaze met his, Zeus felt the walls of his mind closing in, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. There was a clarity in that chaos, a haunting beauty that beckoned him closer. Athena was more than a pregnancy, she was a reckoning, the embodiment of his fears and hopes wrapped in one glimmering promise. "Let her be born," Hera whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "If she is to be the goddess of wisdom, she must know both the light and the dark. She must know you and me, in all our flaws." A pause, a heartbeat, hung heavy in the air. Zeus felt the weight of her words, sinking deep into the marrow of his being. It was a pact, a reckoning, a last chance at redemption. "Then we shall face this together," he replied, his voice steady, although uncertainty dripped from each syllable. As the storm raged on, Athena stirred within him, a quiet power building, a tide ready to crash upon the shores of existence. The universe, vast and indifferent, held its breath. Would she emerge as a beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom? I remember the moment of creation, the harrowing magic of life igniting in the darkness. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, the birth of wisdom in the mind of a god, a light that could illuminate or blind. Athena was waiting, and with every second that passed, Zeus felt the boundaries of his power stretching, splintering under the weight of her potential. And in that silent void, where secrets lurked and shadows danced, the confrontation beckoned, a collision of love, fear, and fate. The clock ticked, the storm roared, and the universe spiraled in a cosmic dance. Would they embrace the chaos together, or would they be consumed by it? Hera took a step closer, her eyes searching his for answers. Would their love survive this tempest? Would Athena unite or divide them in ways they couldn't yet fathom? The air crackled with unspoken words, each heart pounding in sync with the universe, a heartbeat echoing through time and space. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, a delicate thread woven into the tapestry of existence, waiting to be pulled. And as the storm unleashed its fury, Zeus understood that this was not merely a birth, it was a transformation, a reckoning that would change them all, forever echoing through the annals of time. The dance of love and chaos had begun, and there was no turning back now. The moment hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like the weight of a stormy sky just before it breaks. I was there, knuckles white against the rough stone of the temple, heart pounding in my ears like war drums echoing through the ages. As the shadows twisted and curled in the flickering torchlight, I felt the earth tremble beneath us, a pulse of something ancient and dreadful, something stirring. I remember the fear in Metis's eyes, wide and glimmering like polished obsidian, a reflection of 1,000 unanswered prayers. She sat on the edge of the altar, her breath shallow, a wild bird trapped in a cage of her own dread. The gods had spoken, and their words were a rattling bone in her throat. "It's too soon," she whispered, voice quaking like a leaf caught in a gale. "It's not time." But time? Time was a cruel mistress, laughing at our plans, teasing us with its relentless march. I could feel her anguish, a raw, visceral thing, clawing at my insides. Metis,
the goddess of wisdom, the very embodiment of thought, was now consumed by a single terrifying truth: her child was destined to pierce the veil of existence in a way that the world had never seen. In that very moment, Zeus stood at the threshold, so powerful, yet so achingly flawed, a titan wrestling with his own demons. He was a storm contained in flesh, a man who had claimed dominion over the skies yet felt powerless against the storm raging within his heart. His brow furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line, frustration spilling over the edges of his composure. "You cannot hide her from me, Metis," he said, voice booming like thunder, reverberating against the cold stone walls. "She is mine, too. My daughter. My legacy." Each word was a hammer, driving further into the chisel of fate. I could see the struggle etched into his handsome features, the desperation of a king torn between his desires and the realization that the thing he wanted most was something he had to fight for. The air crackled with tension, and I felt the shadows deepen, thickening with a kind of malevolence that wrapped itself around us, whispering fears of betrayal and loss. "Do you even understand what you're asking?" Metis's voice rose, a desperate plea that danced with fury, like fire licking at dry wood. "You want to birth a warrior, a goddess born from the depths of thought and chaos. You want a child who will one day challenge you." A flicker of doubt crossed Zeus's eyes, just a flicker, but it was there, real and raw. Would the daughter he yearned for become the very force that could unseat him, the one who could eclipse him in power and wisdom? I saw it all unfold, the threads of destiny weaving tighter, wrapping around us like a noose. And in that heartbeat, I realized, their fight was not just about the birth of a child, it was about the birth of a new world, a transformation that could change everything. The birth of Athena loomed before us, a dark star rising on the horizon of a long and tumultuous night. The winds outside howled like lost souls, and I imagined them clawing against the temple doors, desperate to enter, to witness this moment. I could almost hear them whispering secrets, tales of gods and men, of battles fought and lost, the sagas of those who dared to reach for the heavens and fell short. "Can you feel that?" Metis asked, eyes wild, her fingers trembling, brushing against the stone, searching for something solid in the swirling chaos. "It's the world holding its breath. It knows." Lightning split the sky outside, illuminating the dark chamber, and for an instant, I saw the truth in Metis's eyes. This was not merely a birth, it was a reckoning. Enough! The power in Zeus's voice shook the very pillars, reverberating through the stones like an earthquake unleashed. "This is the way it must be." Time hung suspended, and I could feel the weight of destiny pressing against my chest. Every heartbeat was a reminder of the fragility of our existence, the thin thread that held us to this world, the invisible lines that tethered us to hope and fear. With a sudden rush, Metis clutched her belly, the swell of life within her, a tempest of potential and uncertainty. Her face transformed, caught between the agony of creation and the ecstasy of possibility. "If she is to come, she will be born of strength and wisdom," she breathed, a prayer and a promise wrapped in one. "And she will take her place in the pantheon." I felt the air shift, charged with a palpable energy, as if the cosmos itself leaned in closer, anticipating the moment that would crack the fabric of our reality wide open. I could almost taste the electric tang of fate in the air, a metallic bitterness that filled my lungs. "Then let her come," Zeus growled, but there was uncertainty in his tone, a tinge of vulnerability buried beneath the bravado of a king. "Let her be born, and let the world tremble." And then it happened, a scream, a birth cry that shattered the silence like glass, echoing through the ages, a sound that would be remembered in songs and stories, the moment that would etch itself into the very bones of time. The shadows quaked, the earth rattled, and in that violent crescendo, Athena emerged, a blinding light breaking through the darkness, a goddess born not of flesh but of thought, wisdom, and war. I remember the moment vividly, how it felt like the universe had folded in on itself, and with each heartbeat, everything shifted, forever altered. The stakes had been raised, the game changed, and I knew then, as Athena took her first breath, that the world would never be the same again. Amidst the chaos and the shattering of silence, I felt a pang of something close to fear, threaded through with a deep, abiding hope. The birth of Athena wasn't just a moment, it was the beginning of something vast, something cosmic and terrifying.
and in the stillness that followed, I realized that what lay ahead would be haunted by echoes of this moment, the tension, the heartbreak, and the overwhelming joy of a new beginning. The shadows danced, a symphony of anticipation and dread, whispering promises of a future laden with conflict and brilliance. I closed my eyes, feeling the pulse of the world around me, and I knew this was only the beginning. The hammer strikes metal, a shriek that echoes through the cavernous forge, each blow a heartbeat, each spark a fleeting thought. I remember the smell, burnt iron and molten dreams mixing in the heavy air, clinging like the weight of unfulfilled promises. Hephaestus stands at the center, a titan twisted by his own creation, his hands caked in soot and blood, a testament to his labor and loneliness. His brow furrows as he shapes the world with raw, unyielding force, every movement a silent scream against the fate that left him crippled and cast out. I remember the shadows flickering, dancing on the walls, ghostly figures from the past, their whispers like smoke curling into the high arches. They are the memories of gods and mortals, mingling in a chaotic ballet, but Hephaestus doesn't notice. He is absorbed, consumed, in his work. The forge is alive. The clang of metal against metal rings out, a symphony of agony and triumph, a song of the damned. And then there's Athena. I remember her watching, poised on the edge of firelight, her eyes like twin stars caught in the throes of creation. She is the embodiment of wisdom, yet here, in this sacred chaos, I see the uncertainty in her gaze. She yearns for something more than the destiny laid before her. A flicker of rebellion ignites within her, something primal and raw, as if the very essence of creation courses through her veins. But she is torn, split between loyalty to her father and the fire that beckons her to break free. What do you want? Hephaestus growls, his voice a low rumble, vibrating with frustration as he turns, and I see the weariness etched across his face. Do you want to be forged from the same metal? You don't know what this life is. You don't understand the price. Athena flinches, and the air around us thickens, suffocating, as if the cosmos itself is holding its breath. I want to create, she whispers, her voice barely a wisp. I want to understand. A heartbeat hangs suspended, a moment stretched taut between two souls bound by blood yet separated by ambition. I watch as Hephaestus' eyes blaze with something, a spark of recognition, perhaps. Or is it the flicker of a flame that threatens to consume him? You don't know the darkness that lies within this forge, he hisses, and I can feel the hurt in his words, like shards of glass that cut deep into the silence. She takes a step forward, reaching out as if to touch something she cannot see. I need to know, Father. I need to know if I can be more than just your daughter. Her resolve is a raw nerve, pulsating with fear and desire. It is the kind of desperation that claws at the heart, making it ache for both of them, the child seeking her place in the universe, the father who fears watching his creation slip through his fingers like molten metal. The fire crackles around them, the shadows shift, and I can almost hear the whispers of ancient gods echoing through the stone. You were born of my pain, Hephaestus mutters, his voice cracking, and I see the memories flash in his eyes, a lifetime of exile, betrayal, and the burden of being an outcast. What do you know of pain? Athena's face hardens, a mask of defiance. More than you think, Father. I carry your scars too. It's a truth that hangs heavily in the air, taut and electric, and for a moment, the world narrows down to just the two of them, two flawed souls locked in an eternal struggle between creation and destruction, love and resentment. I can hear the hammer falling, echoing through the forge, but now, it's a countdown, a heartbeat racing toward an inevitable collision. Suddenly, an explosion of heat washes over us, and the flames lick higher, as if they are alive, yearning for the chaos to unfold. You want to create. Hephaestus roars, his voice filled with a sudden fury that shakes the forge to its core. Then you will understand what it means to be burned. To be forged in the heat of your own desires. The fire casts long shadows, and I see Athena's expression shift, fear mingling with determination. It's a visceral blend of emotions that grips my heart, making me want to scream or cry or both. Then let it burn, she shouts, defiance ringing clear. Let it burn so that I can rise from the ashes. I am not just your daughter, I am a god in my own right. And with that, the forge ignites with a brilliant light,
illuminating every crevice, every flaw, every unspoken pain. It swallows them whole, and I feel the air crackle with energy, a force so powerful it sends shivers down my spine. The shadows twist and contort, revealing glimpses of their past, a mother's betrayal, a father's disgrace, a daughter's desperate longing. In that moment, time stands still. I can feel the essence of the universe swirling around them, a chaotic dance of light and dark. I remember the weight of their truths, Hephaestus, a master of creation yet a prisoner of his own making, Athena, a beacon of wisdom battling against the constraints of her lineage. They are both broken, both searching for something to heal their wounds. The hammer falls again, and I can almost taste the iron in the air, sharp and metallic. It's a sound that echoes through the cosmos, a pulse that reverberates within me, urging me to remember, to hold on to the very essence of their struggle. For every clash in the forge, every flicker of flame, is a reminder of what it means to create, to destroy, to be both the artist and the art. And then, as quickly as it ignited, the light dims, leaving only the lingering warmth of their confrontation, a silence that whispers of futures yet to unfold. But I know this is not the end. No conclusion. No resolution. Just a breath held in anticipation, a moment caught between creation and oblivion, where dreams are forged and destinies entwined. And as the shadows dance, I find myself lingering on the edge, compelled to witness what will come next, to feel the weight of their choices, to understand the fire that drives them both. The forge is alive, and it calls to me, pulls me deeper, deeper still, into the heart of their story, a tale as eternal as the stars themselves. Thunder cracked overhead, a violent whisper that echoed through the stillness of the night. The air felt electric, charged with the weight of what was about to come, a breath held too long, a heart racing against the clock. I stood at the edge of the battlefield, my heart pounding like war drums, a primal rhythm that matched the chaotic symphony of the world around me. Shadows danced over the grassy expanse, flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. There was something almost poetic about the impending chaos, something beautiful and horrifying that clawed at my insides. In the distance, a figure emerged through the haze of smoke and fear. It was Lysander, his face twisted in anguish, eyes wide and unfocused, as if he were staring through the veil of reality into a chasm of despair. I could see him grappling with his own demons, the weight of 1,000 decisions pressing on his shoulders. He was a soldier, yes, but he was also a man caught in the throes of doubt, wrestling with the ghosts of those he had failed to save. Each step he took seemed to echo the cries of the fallen, a constant reminder that war doesn't just claim bodies, it devours souls. I remember the first time I held a sword, he shouted over the cacophony, his voice hoarse, trembling with emotion. I thought it was a key to glory. Now it's just a tool of destruction. The anguish in his words sliced through the din, and in that moment, I felt a profound emptiness. There was no glory left to be found here, only the raw, unadulterated horror of survival. I turned my gaze to another figure, Althea, standing resolutely nearby. She was a woman forged in the fires of adversity, her spirit a fierce flame that refused to be extinguished. Yet, even her defiance seemed to waver under the weight of the moment. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white against the impending tide of violence. "We can't turn back now," she cried, determination lacing her words like iron. But I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the shadows of doubt creeping in like unwanted guests. "Can we?" I whispered, my breath ghosting into the night, a fragile question lost to the chaos. What were we really fighting for? I could hear the distant clang of metal, mingling with the gasps and cries of those caught in the storm. The battlefield was a grotesque masterpiece, painted in deep reds and earthy browns, the scent of blood and sweat heavy in the air. It was a place where dreams came to die, where the cries of the innocent merged with the laughter of the mad. And yet, there was something stirring within me, a latent power, a birth cry echoing through my veins. Athena herself seemed to linger in the shadows, her wisdom beckoning me to rise above the chaos. I felt her presence in the very bones of the earth, an ancient call that resonated with my soul, urging me to fight not just with weapons but with heart and mind. In this moment of crisis, the birth of a new understanding emerged, a flicker of hope ignited by the flames of despair. Lysander caught my eye, desperation etched into the lines of his face. What if we're not the heroes of this story? What if we're just pawns? His voice trembled, a haunting melody that tugged at my heartstrings. Each word dripped with a sorrow that felt both personal and universal, a reminder that in war, there are no true victors, only survivors with scars that run deeper than flesh. I could feel my own vulnerabilities rising to the surface, clawing for release. I remembered my mother's voice, soft and soothing, weaving tales of heroism and valor. "It's not about being a hero," she had said. "It's about choosing to stand when it would be easier to fall." But standing felt insurmountable in that moment, a Sisyphean task that left me breathless. The ground trembled beneath us, and with it came the roar of approaching horses, a tempest of strength and fear. The battle was upon us, a spiraling vortex of chaos that demanded everything: blood, sweat, tears, and perhaps even our very souls. I felt the adrenaline surge through me, a tidal wave of raw energy that promised either destruction or rebirth. The air crackled with tension, a fierce storm brewing on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury. But Althea remained resolute, her voice cutting through the fear like a knife. "We are not defined by our fears, but by our choices." Her words hung in the air, a fragile lifeline amidst the cacophony. In that moment, I saw the flicker of a fire within her, a beacon of hope that ignited something deep in my chest. Perhaps we were not just pawns, but players in a game that had yet to reveal its true purpose. Lysander nodded, a spark igniting in his eyes as he drew his sword, the blade shimmering in the fading light. "Then let's make our choices count." The promise in his voice was intoxicating, a monstrous rallying cry that urged us forward into the abyss, a dance with destiny. And as the clamor of war rose to a fever pitch, I felt myself caught in the torrent, swept away by the relentless tide of emotions. Fear clawed at my insides, but so did the unmistakable thrill of impending action. This was the moment that would define us, the fracture in time where we would either rise like phoenixes or crumble to ash. The ground shook, the din of chaos enveloping us. I could hear the birth cry of Athena echoing around me, a haunting melody that promised both destruction and creation. The stakes were set, the players in position. It was no longer about survival, it was about awakening. And as the shadows loomed, I felt the universe holding its breath, waiting to see how this symphony of war would unfold. The night hung thick, a shroud of shadows draping over the battlefield, the air crackling with a tension that felt alive, almost sentient. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that echoed the turmoil in my heart. I stood there, dagger in hand, the cold steel biting against my palm. I could smell the iron of blood and fear, a pungent cocktail that wrapped around me like an unwanted embrace, suffocating and intoxicating all at once. The chaos felt familiar, yet it clawed at me with relentless ferocity. I remember the moment her voice cut through the silence, Athena, a goddess born of battle and wisdom, whispering through the wind. "Fear not, for the Aegis shall shield you." But fear had become my companion, gnawing at my insides like a ravenous beast. The Aegis, her sacred shield, a relic of power and protection, felt like a distant dream, an echo of hope that slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. Beside me, Ilara trembled, her eyes wide, filled with an abyss of doubt. She had always worn her heart on her sleeve, a vibrant tapestry of emotions that contrasted sharply with my own guarded soul. "What if we fall?" Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it pierced the night air, a wail of despair that demanded an answer. I could see the familiar shadows of uncertainty dancing in her gaze, a reflection of my own fears. "What if this is it?" I wanted to tell her it would be okay, that Athena's armor was more than mere metal, it was a promise, a beacon in the darkest of nights. But instead, I felt the weight of my own inadequacies pressing down like a leaden cloak. I was no warrior. I was an echo, a whisper in a cacophony of chaos. And yet, there we stood, two flawed souls caught in the tempest, bound by a shared history steeped in grief and longing. Across the field, the silhouettes of our enemies loomed like specters in the night, their laughter like blades cutting through the thick air. I felt the heat of their disdain wash over me, a mocking reminder of my failures. I had failed to protect those who mattered most, and now, standing on the precipice of oblivion, I was burdened by that weight like a stone lodged in my throat. "Brace yourself," I urged, though my voice trembled like a candle flickering in the wind. The darkness felt alive, pulsating with malevolence, wrapping around us like an embrace from a ghost of our past. I glanced at Ilara, her fingers entwined tightly with mine, the warmth of her skin grounding me in a reality I desperately clung to. And then, like thunder striking from a clear sky, the clash began. Metal against metal reverberated through my bones, a symphony of chaos that drowned out my thoughts. I swung my dagger, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, every strike echoing a prayer to Athena. Each movement was a dance with death, a desperate pas de deux in which I was both the lead and the shadow, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear. I remember the moment I saw him, a tall figure, cloaked in darkness, eyes burning with unbridled rage. He was a spectre of my nightmares, a ghost from a past I had tried to bury. The memories flooded back, sharp and stinging like ice coursing through my veins. I had wronged him once, and he had vowed revenge. He had become a twisted reflection of my own fears, our destinies intertwined like threads in a tapestry woven with tragedy. "Ilara!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos. I lost sight of her in the storm, lost to the madness swirling around us. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat that echoed the chaos of the battlefield. I charged forward, driven by a primal instinct to protect her, to shield her from the darkness that threatened to consume us both. But the darkness was cunning, a serpent that coiled around my resolve, squeezing until the breath was ripped from my lungs. The clash of steel rang in my ears, each strike felt like a heartbeat lost, a moment stolen that could never be reclaimed. I fought not just against my enemies, but against the ghosts of my past, the memories that clawed at my mind, whispering that I was unworthy, that I would fail. "Remember me," he growled, his voice dripping with venom. The flames of vengeance danced in his eyes, a reflection of the anguish I had inflicted long ago. "You thought you could escape me." The world narrowed, the chaos faded, leaving only the two of us, entwined in a battle that felt like a fever dream. The aegis flashed in my mind, a vision of Athena standing tall, wielding her shield like a lighthouse amid a storm. "Fear not," she had said, "for you carry my armor within you." But did I? With a surge of determination, I lunged, the dagger finding its mark, a moment suspended in time, the heat of anger and regret coiling together in a single, shattering instant. The scream that erupted from his lips was a haunting symphony of pain, echoing through the battlefield as I realized that every blow had consequences, that every victory came at a price. And in that moment, as his body crumpled to the ground, I felt an emptiness unfurling within me, a yawning chasm that threatened to swallow me whole. I had struck down a monster, but had I not become one in the process? The question echoed like a ghost, haunting the corners of my mind. Panic surged as I turned, searching desperately for Ilara amidst the chaos, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm of dread. "Ilara!" My voice rippled through the smoke and shadows, but the battlefield was a void, a consuming darkness that tore at the edges of my sanity. I could feel the weight of failure pressing down on me, suffocating, reminding me of every promise I had broken. And yet, amidst the clamor, a glimmer of light emerged, illuminating the darkness, a figure standing tall, radiant in the night. Athena, ethereal and unwavering, her presence a balm to my battered soul. "You are stronger than you know," she whispered, the sound like a sweet melody that danced on the wind. But the moment was fleeting, a flicker of hope swallowed by the shadows. I was left standing there, caught between the echoes of battle, the ghosts of the past, and the promise of a future that felt impossibly distant. Time felt like a twisted ribbon, stretching and contracting, a reminder that every moment was woven into the fabric of our existence, a thread that could unravel or strengthen the tapestry of our lives. And as I stood on that precipice, heart racing, the weight of the aegis heavy on my shoulders, I knew this was not an end, but a beginning, a cycle of chaos and rebirth. The night was far from over. The shadows whispered, the winds howled, and the war was only just beginning. The wind howled like a banshee through the gnarled branches of the olive tree, its roots sunk deep into the earth like forgotten memories, aching with the weight of history. Sarah stood beneath its twisted limbs, heart pounding, breath hitching in her throat. The air was thick, saturated with the scent of salt and soil, carrying whispers of ancestors and secrets that twisted through time like the tree's own bark. Each leaf rustled, a voice, a warning. Beneath the old tree, she felt small, trapped between what was and what could be, as shadows danced just out of sight,
teasing her with possibilities. Beside her, David's hands trembled, sweat glistening on his brow. "This is it," he said, voice barely a whisper, as if the olive tree could hear their intentions. The weight of the moment hung heavy between them, a tension that crackled like lightning. He had always been the brave one, the dreamer. Tonight, he was just a boy, lost and terrified. "We can't go back." The olive tree loomed, a silent sentinel, bearing witness to their fears. "I know," Sarah replied, her voice barely a breath. She couldn't meet his eyes, couldn't bear the depths of his uncertainty reflected back at her. "But what if we're wrong? What if we ruin everything?" The fear clawed at her chest, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. Memories flooded, each one a ghost hovering at the edge of her consciousness. She remembered her father's stories, how the olive tree had been a symbol of peace, of resilience. How her mother would run her fingers over its rough bark, tracing the lines of their family's history. But now, the tree felt like a prison, holding them captive to choices they hadn't yet made. "Nothing can stay the same forever," David said, his eyes fierce and wild. "We have to make a choice. We can't just—" His voice trailed off, and the silence swallowed his unfinished thought. What lay ahead felt monumental, like a chasm deep and dark, ready to swallow them whole. Then came a voice. Soft, yet sharp as a shard of glass. "You think you can change the world?" It was Mara, emerging from the shadows, her presence a chill against Sarah's spine. She had always been the unpredictable spark, the one who ignited the flames of dissent. "The olive tree stands firm. It doesn't budge for you, for me. It's rooted. It knows what it must endure." Endure. Sarah's voice rose, mixing desperation with a flicker of anger. "Is that all we're meant to do? Endure the pain, endure the silence?" The olive tree stood witness, branches swaying slightly, as if urging them to listen, to understand the gravity of their choices. "I want to thrive, not just survive." Mara stepped closer, shadows wrapping around her like a cloak, her eyes shimmering with something unnameable, a truth, a challenge. "Then you must be ready to cut away the old, to let the roots bleed." The air crackled with electricity, an omen, an invitation to chaos. You can't hold on to the past and expect to grow. One must die for another to live. David took a step back, his face pale, caught between the urgency of their actions and the weight of their shared history. "What if we lose it all?" he whispered, voice breaking. "What if we're left with nothing?" Sarah's heart sank. She remembered a dream, vivid and alive, where she stood in the shadows of the olive tree with her mother, bathed in moonlight, the tree's branches heavy with fruit. They had laughed, surrounded by life. But that laughter felt like a distant echo now, drowned out by the tempest of their choices. "I remember," she started, but the words caught in her throat, choked by the memories swirling around her, memories of laughter and tears, joy and despair. She could still hear her mother's voice, soft like the whisper of leaves, telling her about the legends, the olive tree, a symbol of hope, of peace. "But it's all a lie, isn't it?" she thought, a bead of sweat trickling down her spine. "Hope is just a cruel joke when you realize the truth." Then, the shadows beneath the olive tree shifted, a reminder of the ghosts that lingered, of the choices made in desperation. "You have to decide," Mara pressed, her voice slicing through the tension. "Look within. What do you really want?" Sarah closed her eyes, the images swirling like a storm, an olive grove, a city in flames, lives lost, love found. She felt the pull of the tree, the weight of the roots anchoring her to a past she couldn't escape. "I want," her voice trembled, the enormity of it crashing over her like waves. "I want to be free. Free from fear, from the shadows that haunt us." "Then let go," Mara said, the challenge hanging in the air like a noose. "Embrace the chaos. Just like the olive tree, you have to weather the storm to bear the fruit." A silence enveloped them, pregnant with unspoken words and the echoes of their fears. The tree stood tall and defiant, its branches swaying like arms reaching for the stars, urging them to take that leap into the unknown. David took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he began to grasp the truth of it all. "If we do this, we may lose everything. Or we may find everything," Sarah whispered back, words tumbling out with a fierce urgency. I don't want to live a life dictated by shadows, by fears. I want to carve my own path, to plant my own seeds and watch them bloom. As they stood there, the wind howled again, a chorus of ancient voices echoing through the olive tree, a reminder of the weight of their choices. In that moment, the air pulsed with energy, vibrating with possibility, each heartbeat a drumroll leading them toward an uncertain future, swallowed by the shadows of the past, yet glowing with the promise of what could be. The branches creaked overhead, like the groans of giants long forgotten, as the three of them stood at the precipice of their destiny, rooted to the ground yet yearning to fly. The darkened sky loomed overhead, a canvas splattered with stars, each one a hope, a wish, a fear, waiting to be ignited in the fire of their courage. The olive tree watched, and so did the universe, as they took the first step into the unknown, hearts racing, souls entwined in the dance of fate. The ground trembled, a deep, thrumming pulse as shadows twisted, coiling like serpents between the crumbling columns of ancient stone. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the weight of impending doom heavier than the sky. The air crackled with a tension so thick it stung my lungs. In the distance, two figures clashed, their silhouettes flickering like flames against the gathering storm, a battle raging in the heart of chaos. I remember the moment when fear turned palpable, when it transformed from an abstract sensation to a bone-deep reality. The roar of the Titans echoed, a guttural sound that seemed to shatter the very fabric of existence. Each echo was a heartbeat, relentless, a ticking clock in the middle of a timeless night. The Titan's voice was a tempest, primal and menacing. It called forth the darkest corners of our souls, daring us to confront our frail humanity. Then, she appeared. Athena, her presence like a comet streaking across a midnight sky, blinding and beautiful. Clad in armor that gleamed even in the smoke and blood, she was both a promise and a warning. I could hardly breathe, entranced by the fierce determination etched in her features. This was no ordinary warrior, she carried the weight of despair and hope. As she stepped forward, each movement was a prayer whispered against the chaos, a lament for the fallen and a rallying cry for the brave. Beside her, I caught sight of Kratos, his face a mask of pain and fury. He felt the rift of loss cleaving through his chest, each beat reminding him of what the Titans had taken. I could see the rage in his eyes, a burning ember ready to explode into a wildfire. The memories of betrayal hung around him, clinging like the smoke of burning cities, familiar yet suffocating. He wanted redemption, but it slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. Would it matter now, in this moment of reckoning? And then there was Althea, a soldier molded by despair and resilience. Her hands trembled, a warrior's hands unwilling to shake, betraying the tempest within. She had seen too much, felt the bite of loss too keenly. She gripped her spear, the wood warm against her skin, as if it whispered promises of vengeance. I remember her gaze, fierce yet haunted, searching for something, anything, to hold onto amidst the swirling chaos. She was a flickering candle in a hurricane, fighting against the darkness that threatened to engulf her. The skies rumbled above us, an ominous orchestra of thunder, each crack a reminder that the past was a ghost, looming larger with every heartbeat. I remember how the clouds churned, dark and forbidding, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the moment to explode. Athena raised her head, her voice cutting through the chaos, sharp and clear like a blade. "Stand with me, warriors," she commanded, and her words were more than just sound, they were an invocation. We fight not only for ourselves but for the lost, for those whose cries haunt the midnight air. Kratos clenched his jaw, the fire in his chest igniting. "What is a fight without purpose?" he growled, pain laced in every syllable, the ghosts of the fallen dancing in his mind. He was a tempest of contradictions, craving solace yet perpetually shackled to his wrath. Could he find peace amidst this storm? Or were the chains of vengeance destined to drag him deeper into the abyss? Althea nodded, her resolve hardening like steel. "Together, we face the storm," she whispered, the weight of her past igniting a flicker of hope. "For every soul they've taken, we strike back." The Titans advanced, monstrous forms looming, their presence a black hole threatening to consume all light. An unspeakable dread gripped me as I watched, hearts pounding like war drums. Athena's shield glinted, a beacon of defiance, while Kratos and Althea stood at her side, heroes forged from unyielding pain. I felt the world around me shift, the shadows stretching, reaching, as if the very earth knew what was coming. The ground shook beneath our feet, a warning tremor that sent chills racing up my spine. Each breath was a mix of dread and exhilaration, a dance of life and death. The first clash echoed, a sound like thunder, like the final tolling of a funeral bell. Metal met flesh, and I felt the impact deep within my bones. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity as Athena charged, fury and grace entwined, her every move a poetic defiance against the dark. I remember the screams, the visceral, raw cries of battle. They pierced the air, mingling with the thud of falling bodies, the splattering of blood that stained the earth dark. Kratos fought with a ferocity born of loss, his every swing a testament to the ghosts that haunted him. I could see them swirling in his fury, their faces twisted in agony, urging him onward, deeper into the fray. And Althea, oh, Althea! She was a storm unleashed, her spear dancing through the air, a deadly rhythm in the chaos. Each thrust was a promise, each parry a memory of those who had fallen before her. She fought like a woman possessed, her heart pounding in time with the chaos around her, echoing with the unyielding resolve to honor the past. All around us, the battlefield morphed into a kaleidoscope of despair and defiance, a haunting tapestry woven with blood and shadows. I felt the pulse of the world, a heartbeat syncing with the cries of the fallen and the roar of the titans. But then, in that moment of despair, Athena's voice rose above the clamor, piercing the fog of chaos. Together, we are more than our fears. We are legends waiting to be born. Each word ignited a flicker of hope, a spark that traveled through the air, igniting hearts that had all but given up. I could feel it, a rush of warmth, a reminder that even amidst death, there is life. That in the darkest of moments, we find our light. Yet, looming ever closer were the titans, shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. As I stood there, a witness to the unfolding frenzy, I was caught in a web of emotions, fear, anger, hope, despair, all woven together in a tapestry so intricate it defied understanding. The moment hung, fragile, like the last breath of twilight before the dawn, and for a heartbeat, the world stood still. A single heartbeat, then, chaos erupted again. I remember the thrill of battle, the weight of destiny pressing against our chests. The titans' growls mixed with our cries, a cacophony that echoed through the ages. And there, amidst the swirling chaos, I knew this was only the beginning. The storm was rising, and with it, Athena's legend was destined to unfold, intertwining our fates in a dance as old as time itself. The night fell heavy, like an unshakable shroud, cloaking the crumbling city in shadows thick enough to swallow hope. In the distance, the mournful echoes of the bell tolled, each clang a heartbeat, each reverberation a reminder of life slipping away. I stood there, breathless, as the flickering torches cast erratic shadows that danced along the cobblestones. They whispered tales of dread and despair, tales of a goddess waiting for a reckoning. The air hung thick with tension, as if the very earth anticipated a storm, both divine and damning. I remember the first time I saw her, Athena, radiant in the moonlight, her presence an intoxicating blend of fear and reverence. I was but a mere boy, drowning in uncertainty, yet drawn to her aura like a moth to a flame. She's a protector, they said, but she demands sacrifice. What a cruel paradox, that the very thing which offers safety could also ensnare souls in chains of servitude. Yet there I was, part of the fray, my heart pounding as the whispers of her cult began to weave their way through the alleys, igniting fervor and fear alike. In the heart of this chaos stood Callista, her eyes fierce with a mix of desperation and devotion. She shivered, though it wasn't the cold that made her tremble. It was the weight of expectation, the burden of a prophecy that promised salvation but threatened to consume her whole. I could see it etched in the lines of her face, the way her hands clenched into fists, nails biting into palms, as if the very act of holding on could stave off the inevitable. "Callista!" I shouted, but the urgency in my voice was swallowed by the night. "What are we doing? This isn't right." She glanced back at me, eyes glistening with tears, or was it the fervor of the cult's firelight reflecting off her despair? "You don't understand," she said, her voice a fragile thread. "They think she's coming. They think Athena will grant us power beyond measure. Power! The word echoed in my mind, a serpent coiling tighter around my heart. I remembered the stories of those who sought her favor, brave warriors turned to dust, shattered ideals left in her wake. The cult was growing, fueled by desperation, by the gnawing hunger for something greater than this existence, this bleak and battered life. But did they know the cost? Did they understand that Athena's love was a blade that cut both ways? The ground shook beneath us, a low rumble that reverberated through our bones. A figure surged forth from the shadows, cloaked in the dark, eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. It was Lysander, the cult's chosen oracle, his voice a haunting melody that wrapped around our hearts and squeezed. She demands tribute, he proclaimed, a fervor in his voice that stirred the crowd to frenzied heights. We must offer ourselves to the goddess, body and soul. I felt the air grow thick, the weight of their reverence pressing down on me like a leaden cloak. The crowd surged, faces lit with a mad glow of hope and fear, teetering on the edge of a precipice. They were ready to leap, ready to embrace the unknown. But I wasn't ready. I felt the panic rise, bubbling like poison in my throat. Callista, we can't. I pleaded, but she was gone, swept away in the tide of worship, the weight of her desire for something more, a purpose, a belonging, pulling her deeper into the thrall of the cult. And there I stood, the lone voice against a tide of ecstasy and madness, my heart pounding a rapid rhythm of dread. I remember the way the torches flickered, their light flickering like the last breaths of those who had come before us, their shadows entwined with our own, forever marked by the choices we would make tonight. I looked up at the moon, its cold face watching us, an indifferent witness. In that moment, time felt like a loop, a dizzying spiral where the past coiled around the present, and I could feel the ghosts of those who had lost their way, their whispers mingling with the wind. We are not alone, they seemed to say. We are never alone. The crowd began to chant, a cacophony of voices rising toward the heavens, an offering to a goddess who thrived on devotion and dread. My own voice, a whisper of rebellion, threatened to drown beneath the tide. And yet, there was a flicker of warmth in my chest, a connection to Callista that pulled me forward, despite the fear that gripped my gut. As the chants grew louder, I felt a strange calm wash over me. In that moment, I saw their faces, each one marked by the fragile thread of hope, each one a reflection of the same desperate longing I had felt all my life. We all craved something, didn't we? The thrill of power, the rush of belonging, the chance to be more than the shadows we had been. Suddenly, Callista reappeared at the forefront, her face illuminated by the flames, a wild look in her eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. She raised her arms, the movement bringing the crowd to a hush, and I could see the raw energy emanating from her, a fusion of fear and faith that was almost palpable. We are the chosen, she cried, her voice piercing through the darkness, commanding. We will rise. We will be reborn in Athena's light. And there it was, the moment I had feared, the culmination of every whispered prayer and every hesitant echo of doubt. The air crackled with intensity, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a storm cloud, charged and alive. I felt the panic rise again, but this time it swelled into something different, a flicker of defiance. Callista! I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. What if we are wrong? What if she does not come? But my voice barely reached her, lost in the fervor. And as a chorus of voices rose in chant, my heart sank deeper. The shadows danced, the night held its breath, and I stood at the precipice of something vast and terrifying. The night stretched on, marked by the echoes of worship, the scent of burning offerings, the taste of fear and hope intertwining. In this moment, surrounded by fervent believers and fueled by the energy of an uncertain future, I felt the tug of destiny, a siren call that beckoned me to join them, to surrender to Athena's embrace. Yet the question remained, clawing at my soul, would that embrace be salvation or destruction? As the night deepened, the line blurred, and the haunting truth lingered just beyond the flickering torches, waiting for the dawn to reveal what awaited us in the light. The air crackled with tension, taut as a bowstring, as thunder rumbled ominously over the Acropolis. Rain fell in a cold, relentless sheet, drenching the ancient stones. I stood amidst the chaos, heart pounding, breath hitched in my throat, as shadows flickered like restless spirits, dancing over the crumbling ruins.
My fingers trembled, grazing the cold marble of the Parthenon, a monument that was more than mere stone. It was a vessel of dreams and fears, of glory and sacrifice. I remember the whispers of the past echoing in my ears, each syllable a ghostly reminder of what was to come. Nico was there, eyes wide and pleading, the boy who dared to love a goddess, Athena Parthenos, the virgin goddess, untouched and unyielding. He was flawed but fiercely loyal, a heart that throbbed with an intensity that could melt mountains. "She needs us," he murmured, desperation threading through his voice like a fragile spider's web, quivering under the weight of impending doom. He clutched a small, chipped idol of Athena, its once bright colors muted by the passage of time, a talisman of hope in a world spiraling toward chaos. But Athena was more than a goddess, she was a guardian, fierce and brilliant, shrouded in a light that could blind the wicked. And now, with shadows stretching like fingers across the city, a darkness lurked, threatening to consume everything we held dear. I felt it deep within my bones, a chill that whispered of betrayal. A heart-stopping moment, a collective gasp erupted from the onlookers as lightning flashed, illuminating the figure of a cloaked stranger standing at the foot of the Parthenon. Who was he? A thief, a madman, or something worse? As I studied his silhouette, my pulse quickened. He moved like a spectre, each step deliberate, as if the very earth bowed under the weight of his purpose. The air thickened, each breath felt like a struggle against the suffocating tension. Nico turned to me, his eyes gleaming with fear, and I could see the battle within him, a desire to fight, to protect, against the gnawing dread that threatened to unravel him. "I remember the stories," I whispered, my voice barely rising above the din of the storm. How Athena fought for the city, how she turned away the darkness. I remembered the legends, so vivid, so raw. Yet here I stood, amidst the echoes of history, trembling in the face of a reality far more terrifying than any tale. The air felt thick with anticipation, it was as if the essence of time itself held its breath. Nico stepped forward, determination blazing in his eyes. "We can't let them take her. We can't let them take our home." The words poured out, a fierce declaration that struck a chord deep within my chest. I could feel my heart echoing his resolve, pulsing like a drum in the silence that followed. And then, as if the universe had orchestrated this moment, the cloaked figure spoke, voice smooth and sinister, dripping with malice. "Athena is but a ghost now, a memory fading like the last light of day. Your faith, your hope. It means nothing." With every word, he taunted us, tearing at the fraying edges of our courage. The shadows around him seemed alive, creeping closer, threatening to swallow us whole. I could see it in Nico's eyes, doubt mingling with fury, a storm brewing beneath his skin. "You will not take her," he shouted, his voice a battle cry that rang through the chaos, slicing through the clamor of defeat. The world fell silent for a heartbeat. I felt the weight of that moment, it was as if the entire cosmos paused to listen, to watch. But what could we do against a darkness that wore the guise of flesh? I felt my heart lurch, caught between fear and a fierce longing to believe in something greater. Memories flooded through me, flashes of laughter, of sunlit days spent under the watchful gaze of the Parthenon. "I remember," I murmured, feeling the presence of the goddess, strong and unwavering, even in her absence. I remember the way she turned the tide of battle, how her wisdom lit the path for our ancestors. With determination, I stepped forward, joining Nico, our souls entwined in this fight for belief, for hope. The cloaked figure laughed, a cruel sound that echoed through the rain-soaked air, a spectre of despair mocking our resolve. But I felt the fire within me ignite, fueled by every memory, every heartbeat shared with the people of this city. The storm raged around us, but the storm in our hearts was greater. I locked eyes with Nico, and in that moment, we were not just two souls fighting against the encroaching darkness, we were the embodiment of every whisper of courage that had ever filled these ancient streets. "Together," I said, my voice steady, defying the tempest swirling outside. The shadows recoiled as we stepped toward the figure, the storm roaring as if applauding our audacity. There was a power in unity, in the fierce bond of friendship, of shared dreams and nightmares. The figure faltered, uncertainty flickering in the depths of his gaunt features. "We are not afraid," Nico yelled, the words erupting from him like a volcanic force. "Athena lives within us." And just like that,
The air shifted, the storm's fury became our ally, crackling with the energy of our shared resolve. In the heart of chaos, I felt alive, every heartbeat a declaration, swelling with the weight of history and the promise of the future. As the cloaked figure faltered, the shadows around him twisted, morphing into something darker, something ancient and malevolent, a reminder that we were not merely fighting for ourselves but for the spirit of a goddess who had stood against the tides of time. But this was only the beginning. The truth loomed like an unyielding shadow above us. Even as we dared to believe, an ominous whisper echoed through the storm, a reminder that the night was far from over, that the battles we faced were not merely physical, they were etched into the very fabric of our souls. In that moment of desperation and defiance, I could only hold onto the flickering flame of hope, knowing deep inside that the darkest nights often birth the brightest dawns. And so, as thunder cracked overhead, we charged forward into the fray, heartbeats synchronized, ready to confront the storm of fate that awaited us. The air trembles, heavy with the weight of impending chaos as the sun sags low in the sky, casting long shadows that twist like frantic specters along the cobblestone streets of Athens. I stand here, heart pounding, a witness to the anger simmering in the eyes of those gathered before the Acropolis. The crowd is a seething mass, a tempest of voices rising like a war cry, frantic, desperate, demanding. This is not just a city. This is a crucible. I remember the first time I felt the pulse of this place, a rhythm that thrums through stone and blood alike. It was a fleeting moment, the laughter of children playing near the agora, yet the echoes of that joy bounce against the very walls that now seem to close in around us. I remember Athena's statue, her eyes watching, judging, glistening with the wisdom of ages, yet today they seem to mirror the rage of mortals. Clara stands beside me, her face pale, lips trembling. She is a daughter of this city, yet her heart bears the weight of betrayal. The news of the council's decision has cut her like a blade, Athena's sacred olive trees, the very lifeblood of Athens, to be sacrificed for the whims of the powerful. They think they can play God, she whispers, a tremor in her voice that rattles in my own chest. They're wrong. I reach out to her, but she flinches away, a wounded animal, fire igniting in her eyes. You don't understand. My father, he was one of them. One of the council, and now he's gone, vanished like the morning mist. Her voice rises, raw and jagged. For what? For greed? For glory? The questions hang, heavy in the air like the thick smoke of a funeral pyre. The ghosts of the past swirl around us, shadows of fallen heroes whispering, "Remember us," and then there's Theo, a sculptor whose hands are as skilled as his heart is tormented. He stands at the fringes of the crowd, his brows knitted together, the anguish of creation etched across his face. I once carved beauty from stone, he murmurs, but what is beauty when it is allowed to suffocate beneath the weight of avarice? His hands tremble as if he's still cradling the chisel, but now it's the fear of losing his city, his muse, Athens itself, that drives him to the edge of despair. I remember the scent of his workshop, a blend of wood shavings and oil, where dreams were sculpted into reality. But now? Now, that reality is drenched in the bitterness of betrayal. They are taking everything, he says, voice breaking. And for what? For an empty throne. His eyes search mine, pleading for an answer, but all I can offer is the echo of my own fears. As the crowd thickens, the tension becomes palpable, a living thing. Light the torches, someone cries, and the sound reverberates through the throng like a drumbeat. The flames leap to life, casting flickering shadows that dance along the marble columns, flipping the world upside down, an eerie celebration of rebellion igniting the night. I can't help but feel the warmth seep into my bones, a paradoxical comfort amid the encroaching dread. Athena, guardian of this city, is supposed to stand with us. I scan the heavens, searching for signs, a hint of her favor. I remember the stories, the tales that wrapped around my childhood like a warm cloak, the goddess who birthed civilization from conflict, who emerged from Zeus's skull, fully formed and fierce. Where are you now? I want to shout. We need you. But the reality is stark, the city is at a precipice, and the cacophony of discontent rises higher. Clara's voice pierces through the haze. Look around. This is our moment. We are not mere pawns in their game. The words ignite something deep within me, a flicker of hope mingling with despair. Her courage, fierce and unwavering, emboldens me to step forward, to let the fire of rebellion surge through my veins. And then, as if summoned by our collective yearning, the council members emerge, cloaked in arrogance, flanked by their guards, iron masks of indifference. The crowd roars, a beast unfurling its claws, and I feel it, a primal urge to scream, to fight, to be heard. Theo grips my arm, his knuckles white, but I see it in his eyes, the same spark that drives a sculptor to carve their truth into stone. We cannot let them bury us like the ashes of forgotten dreams, he growls, his voice low, simmering with intensity. Time stretches, distorts. I can feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the legacy of every Athenian who fought for freedom, for beauty, for life. The stars blink overhead, indifferent to our plight, as if the cosmos itself is holding its breath, waiting. Together? Clara shouts, her voice fierce enough to shake the very foundations of the city. For Athena! For our home! And in that moment, something shifts. The air crackles with energy as the people respond, hands raised, voices united in a chorus of defiance that rises like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. It is a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat away from chaos. I stand there, enveloped in their fervor, in the madness, in the hope, and I realize something vital. This city, our city, will not be extinguished. The ghosts of our ancestors are not mere spectators, they are in the fire of our anger, in the light of the torches, in the fierce determination etched into every face around me. I close my eyes, and I remember. I remember the dreams that danced atop those olive branches, the stories woven into the very fabric of this land, ancestral whispers carried on the wind. The smell of earth, of rain-soaked stone, and the pulse of this city beats in my chest, a reminder that we are not alone. The confrontation is nigh, the moment hangs suspended, a fragile thread woven between fear and hope, between destruction and rebirth. Every heartbeat echoes in the silence that follows, a drum roll heralding the storm of our anger, our love, and our unyielding resolve. In this darkening twilight, we stand at the edge, a tide of humanity poised to crash against the bastions of power. The city holds its breath, our fates intertwine beneath the watchful gaze of Athena. And as the first clash erupts, I brace myself for what's to come, knowing that whatever happens next, this moment will echo through the corridors of time, a story yet to be told. The ground trembles beneath my feet, an echo of the clash between gods, reverberating in the marrow of every human soul, and I am caught in the storm of it all. The sky is bruised, swirling dark clouds promising rain, but it's not the kind that nurtures, it's filled with the fury of Poseidon. He has come to claim his territory, his pride at stake, and in this moment, I am acutely aware of the heaviness in the air. I remember how the salty wind once danced along the shores of Athens, whispering tales of gods and men, but now it seems to scream, the weight of expectation crushes my chest. Make your choice, the oracle had said. Those words hang like a noose, tightening with each passing second. I stand beside my rival, a titan in his own right, Poseidon, with hair like crashing waves and eyes that promise both destruction and wonder. And here I am, Athena, goddess of wisdom, armed not with brute strength, but with the fragile threads of intellect and insight. My heart races, a wild bird trapped in a cage, fighting for freedom against the inevitability of the contest. Who will claim this city? The question pulses in the air, ripe with tension, laden with the weight of destiny. I glance at the people gathered around the Acropolis, faces turned toward the gods, worshipful yet terrified. I see hope flickering in their eyes like distant stars, and it ignites a fierce determination within me. I will not let them down. But Poseidon, my adversary, stands resolute, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, arrogance written in the way he tilts his head. He raises his trident, a weapon forged from the depths of the sea, glinting ominously in the dim light. You believe wisdom can conquer the might of the ocean? His voice is thunder, deep and resonant, sending shivers through the crowd. I will drown this city, and they will forget your name. I remember the laughter of children playing by the sea, their joy unfurling like the waves. I remember the smell of olive trees, the way the sun kissed the earth, nurturing life. What have you ever given them, Poseidon? My voice cuts through the silence, sharper than any blade. Salt water? Chaos? Fear? You offer nothing but storms. His laughter is like the crashing of waves against jagged rocks, defiant and unyielding. And you? What will you provide, wisdom wrapped in a pretty package? The challenge hangs in the air, thick as fog, every heartbeat echoing the rising panic in my chest. I fear the city will drown not in water but in despair. The earth shakes again, a reminder of his power, and I feel the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a heartbeat, steady and true, yearning for survival. I close my eyes, and the world distorts, visions of Athens flash through the darkness. I see the agora bustling with merchants, the laughter of lovers, the dreams of those who call this place home. How can I let that slip away? How can I betray their hopes? Time is slipping away, Athena. Poseidon's voice is a whisper now, but it carries the weight of oceans, of centuries. Choose your gift. A chill crawls up my spine. I take a shallow breath, feeling the air thick with anticipation. The moment stretches, elastic and taut, waiting for release. The crowd leans in, their breaths bated, eyes wide, hearts pounding. You must be decisive, I remind myself, feeling the swell of energy building within me like the tide before a storm. I step forward, the ground firm beneath my feet yet shaky with the uncertainty of my decision. I offer the olive tree, I declare, my voice steady, yet trembling with the magnitude of the moment. A symbol of peace, of sustenance, of wisdom. A gift that will nourish both body and spirit. The crowd gasps, a shiver of hope cascades through them. They have felt the echo of my words, a promise that resonates deeper than mere fruit. But Poseidon, with a glance that could freeze fire, raises his trident. And what good is your gift? When the seas rise and your precious tree turns to ash. His words lash against me, cold and biting. But in this moment of despair, I remember the stories of resilience, of how life can bloom even in the harshest conditions. The olive tree will endure, I respond fiercely, fueled by the fire igniting within me. It represents perseverance, strength in the face of adversity. It embodies hope. The sea churns angrily, waves crashing against the rocks, mirroring the turmoil rippling through my thoughts. I see the faces of those who will be affected, mothers huddling their children close, warriors seeking glory, scholars lost in dreams. The weight of their future hangs upon me, and it is no longer just a contest. It is a reckoning. Poseidon's eyes narrow, calculating, as if weighing the significance of my offer. But deep within, I sense a flicker of uncertainty. And if the winds turn, he taunts, his voice a rumble, teasing the depths of my resolve. What then, Athena? Will you stand alone against the tempest? The question lingers, a spectre haunting the edges of my heart. I remember the countless moments spent crafting strategies, the laughter shared with my sisters, the warmth of camaraderie, the bonds that hold us together even in the face of impending doom. I will not stand alone, I reply, firm, unyielding. Not in this. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing not just in the heavens but in the hearts of mere mortals below. I open my arms wide, inviting the energy, the hopes, the dreams of Athens to flow through me. Together, we embody the spirit of this city. Poseidon's laughter booms louder, shattering the silence. You think your words can save you? I will drown this city in darkness. But I refuse to cower. I remember the olive tree, roots tangled deep in the earth, and I feel its energy coursing through my veins. Let us see who truly deserves Athens. A contest, then. But not just a battle of gifts, let it be a testament to what we offer to the people. And as I speak, the storm above rages, lightning illuminating the sky in a stark reminder of what hangs in the balance. The contest has begun, and both gods and mortals alike hold their breath, caught in the swirling eddies of fate, hearts pounding, souls intertwined. The city stands at the precipice, and with every heartbeat, the tension rises, a symphony of hopes and fears echoing through the ages. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of fresh stone and sweat, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the bustling squares of Athens. I remember the moment when the sound of chiseling struck me like a hammer on my heart, a rhythm so primal, echoing against the marble, an anthem of ambition and desperation. I was merely an observer, yet the tension wrapped around me like the very wool the workers wore, binding me to their dreams, their fears. I stood amidst the chaos, my pulse quickening as the frantic energy surged around me. Each strike of the chisel became a heartbeat, each voice a whisper of the gods, calling us forth into an unknown destiny. There he was, Phidias, the architect, a whirlwind of passion and doubt. His brow furrowed, a canvas of worry painted across his face, as if the weight of the world pressed down upon him. I watched him, his hands stained with dust and determination, sculpting not just stone, but an idea, a testament to both mortal hubris and divine inspiration. This was no mere building, this was a declaration, a shout into the void. The Parthenon was meant to rise like a beacon, a challenge to the cosmos itself. But beneath that fiery exterior lay a heart plagued with fear. Would it withstand the test of time, or would it crumble, swallowed by the very gods it sought to honor? And then there was Cassia, a humble yet fierce priestess of Athena, weaving through the crowd, her lithe form a blend of grace and urgency. I could see the conflict in her eyes, a storm brewing beneath the surface. She believed in the power of the Parthenon, but in her heart, shadows lurked, whispers of guilt for putting her faith in stone rather than the living, breathing world around her. Each day, she would pray for success, yet each prayer carried the weight of 1,000 doubts. I remember her voice, soft yet urgent, calling out to the workers, urging them onward while her spirit wavered. Build, build, she urged, for Athena watches. But did she believe it? Or was her faith merely a mask, hiding the fear of failure that gnawed at her insides? As the sun slipped lower, darkness crept in, wrapping its cold hands around the city. The temple loomed higher, a ghost emerging from the mist. I felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of the past whispering through the stones. Here, architects and artisans poured their souls into each column, each frieze carved meticulously, yet the air crackled with tension. Would the gods bless their endeavor, or would they be left to face the wrath of history? The clash of ambition and anxiety reverberated through the air, as palpable as the dust swirling around us. Why do we create? I remember asking Phidias, as the shadows deepened. Is it glory we seek, or something more? His eyes met mine, dark and stormy, as if he were wrestling with the cosmos itself. To build is to fight against the void, he replied, his voice low, thick with emotion. Every stroke of the chisel defies oblivion. But what if I fail? In that moment, his vulnerability cut deeper than any blade, a reminder that even the greatest dreams are rooted in fear. Cassia approached, her hands trembling, the weight of her sacred duty heavy upon her. You will not fail, she insisted, though I could hear the uncertainty in her tone. Athena grants us strength. I watched as her gaze shifted to the rising structure, her faith flickering like a candle in a tempest. But what if she turns away, she whispered, her voice cracking like the very stone they carved. The question hung in the air, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. The night deepened, and the moon cast a silver glow upon the half-finished temple. Workers hammered away, breathing life into the stone, but in their eyes I saw shadows, visions of failure, haunting revelations of dreams suspended in the air like the clouds that drifted overhead. I remember the silence that fell when the chisels paused, a collective breath held, a moment teetering on the edge of hope and despair. The world felt suspended, time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, and in that stillness, we were one, bound together by fear, ambition, and an unshakable belief in what this structure could represent. And then, as if the gods themselves had stirred, a tremor rippled through the ground, a portent of chaos. The workers froze, their tools clattering to the stone floor, eyes wide with fear. I felt it, too, a pulse, a reminder that nothing lasts forever, not even stone. What if this is all for nothing? I thought, my heart racing. Phidias stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists, defiance etched across his face. We will not be undone by mere tremors, he declared, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. We stand for something greater. For Athena. For Athens. Cassia's voice rose with his, a chorus of belief amidst the chaos. We are the architects of our fate, she cried, her spirit igniting the air, and for a brief moment, we were all caught in the whirlwind of her conviction. I felt the truth in her words, a flame igniting within me.
Together we stood against the unknown, bound by the dream that this temple would rise, a symbol of resilience against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. But as the night pressed on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were mere ghosts of our own ambitions, wandering through the echoes of history. The Parthenon was becoming more than a structure, it was a battleground of faith, fear, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. I remember the solitude that enveloped me, the dawning realization that we were building not just for the living, but also for the dead. A monument to the dreams that danced in the twilight, a fragile hope against the looming void. In that moment, I understood the true significance of the Parthenon lay not in its stone or its grandeur, but in the hearts of those who labored, those who believed despite the fear that gripped their souls. With every heartbeat resonating against the stones, they forged a legacy that would echo through time, a testament to the human spirit, eternally caught between the weight of existence and the light of hope. And as I stood there, the haunting beauty of it all filled my chest, a bittersweet ache promising that this story was far from over. Dark clouds roil above the besieged city of Troy, a tempest of fury unleashed as the cries of warriors echo against the stone walls. The air is thick, suffocating, charged with the raw energy of impending doom. I stand there, heart pounding, feeling the tremors of a world on the brink of collapse. This is a moment suspended in time. A moment where ancient gods are no longer mere whispers in the wind but fierce, palpable forces that mold destiny itself. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, is a specter in this chaos, her presence a storm on the horizon. She watches from the shadows, her eyes aflame with a fierce intensity, every heartbeat resonating with the weight of her purpose. She is not just a spectator, she is the architect of this tragedy. She feels the pulse of the earth, the grief and rage binding the fates of mortals in an unbreakable chain. Her heart aches with their pain, yet she remains resolute, her resolve unyielding as the very stone of Troy. On the battlefield, Achilles, a man forged from the fire of vengeance, faces his greatest fear. Once, he was a warrior of unmatched glory, his soul intertwined with honor and pride. But beneath the armor, there lies a fractured heart. The death of Patroclus haunts him like a specter, twisting his grief into a weapon sharper than any sword. He is a tempest, a force of nature, but within him swells a storm of sorrow, threatening to consume him whole. I remember the laughter we shared in the quiet moments between battles, he whispers to the wind, voice breaking as memories wash over him like waves crashing against the shore. Across the field, Hector stands resolute, a man caught between duty and despair. The weight of Troy rests heavily on his shoulders, a city hanging by the thinnest of threads. He is a protector, fierce and unwavering, yet doubt gnaws at his spirit like a hungry wolf. He knows the fate that awaits him, knows that the hero of Greece is hunting him down like prey. I remember my mother's prayers, the soft glow of the hearth, the warmth of home, he murmurs, eyes glazing over with the bittersweet pang of nostalgia. In that moment, he feels Athena's gaze upon him, a silent acknowledgement that he is being watched, that his choices ripple through fate's tapestry. The night is thick with tension, silence stretching like a taut bowstring, but Athena is not silent. She speaks in the rustle of leaves, in the flicker of torches, weaving her counsel into the fabric of the night. Fight, brave Hector, for the love of family, her voice whispers through the chaos. Fight, Achilles, for the honor of your name. Her guidance swells within them, an echo of fervor and conviction. But can wisdom and war ever truly coexist? Do you hear that? Achilles suddenly bellows, his voice exploding like thunder. Do you hear the cries of the fallen? The shadows of the dead whisper my name, calling me to avenge. He's a man on the precipice, teetering between rage and grief, fueled by the memories that haunt him. Around him, the ghostly figures of the slain rise like phantoms, their faces twisted in eternal agony. Each one a reminder of the cost of pride, each one a ghost demanding retribution. I will not rest until their blood stains the earth. Until Hector lies in the dust like a faded memory. But Hector, standing resolute, knows the truth hidden beneath the bravado. You think vengeance will fill the void, he challenges, voice steady, though fear trembles beneath the surface. You think glory will soothe the wounded heart? Look at us, Achilles. We are but pawns in a game played by gods. This war is not ours, it is theirs.
His words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of prophecy, but Athena's shadow looms over them, urging them both forward. In that moment, the battlefield transforms. The clashing of swords becomes a symphony of despair, each strike a haunting note echoing through the night. The moon hangs overhead, a cold witness to the blood-soaked earth, illuminating the faces of warriors whose lives are mere flickers in the vast tapestry of time. I see it all, the glint of steel, the flash of rage, the haunting spark of hope in the eyes of the doomed. The sun begins to claw its way over the horizon, a blood-red harbinger of what's to come. Athena's hand, though invisible, guides the fate of these men. You were chosen, she seems to breathe into the wind. You were chosen to be legends, to etch your names into the annals of history, but at what cost? The battlefield, alive with the scent of sweat and blood, transforms into a grotesque theater where the drama unfolds with spine-chilling intensity, yet every death brings Athena's heart closer to despair. I cannot save you, she whispers, her voice laced with sorrow. Only you can save yourselves, if only you dare to choose wisely. But wisdom is a bitter chalice, and neither hero can drink from it without choking on their own hubris. Achilles, consumed by rage, charges into the fray, a whirlwind of fury and anguish, while Hector stands tall, caught in the crossfire of his duties. They are two sides of the same coin, one destined for glory, the other for sacrifice. As the sun breaks over the horizon, illuminating the blood-soaked ground, the confrontation looms. Athena's heart beats in tandem with the drumming of fate, each pulse echoing in the silence before the storm. The moment is here, the climax of destinies entwined, and as they collide, the earth trembles beneath the weight of their choices. And I, a mere observer in this tragic ballet, feel every heartbeat, every breath, every soul torn apart by the gods' cruel game, knowing that this is only the beginning. I remember the cries of the fallen echoing against the walls of Troy. The shadows of their fates linger in the air, waiting, watching, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb casting fractured shadows across the battered landscape of Ithaca. I stood there, breath shallow, heart pounding in rhythm with the restless waves crashing against the jagged cliffs, each wave a reminder, a whisper of what I had lost. The air was thick with salt and sorrow, the wind carried the scent of distant fires. In that moment, the world felt impossibly vast, yet crushingly small. Every soul in the universe seemed to converge upon me, each longing gaze a silent question, will you find your way home? Athena hovered nearby, a flicker of light in the darkness, her presence both a comfort and a burden. Her eyes, fierce as a lioness, held my fate and the weight of her own expectations. Clever Odysseus, she murmured, her voice a silken thread that wound around my heart. The gods weave intricate tapestries, but you must tread carefully through the loom. I could feel the gravity of her words, the urgency pulsing like a drumbeat in my ears. Home. The thought sent tendrils of longing deep into my chest, twisting and pulling. I remembered the warmth of the hearth, the laughter of Penelope, my wife, each sound now a distant echo, fading into a void that threatened to swallow me whole. I could see her, the way she would sit, weaving and unweaving, her fingers dancing deftly, even as time unraveled our lives. I remembered her acceptance, her unwavering faith, and the way the years had carved lines upon her face, each one a testament to our shared agony. Where is she? I whispered, the question a dagger thrust into the night. Athena's gaze shifted, and in that moment, I saw the truth behind her watchful eyes. Time is a cruel mistress, she replied, her words taught with empathy. But do not falter, Odysseus. She waits for you, even as shadows stretch and loom. I felt the weight of the past, each battle, each wound, each ghost trailing behind me like a mourning cloak. The memories surged within me, a tempest of sorrow and anger, a cacophony that silenced reason. They say war changes a man, but it was the return that threatened to shatter me. The very notion of home was now a labyrinth, twisting and turning with no clear exit. Would Penelope still want me? Would she recognize the man I had become, fractured and raw? Find your way, Athena urged, her voice an anchor. The path will lead you through dark woods, past the siren's call and the treacherous rocks. But you are more than a hero, Odysseus. You are a man who has loved, who has lost, who has found strength in vulnerability. I wanted to scream at her, to tear the veil of fate from her hands. What do you know of love? You, a goddess, untouched by the hands of time. But the truth cut deeper than any sword. She had witnessed the dance of hearts entwined in the agony of separation. I could feel the heat of my anger simmering as I recalled the moments I had chosen glory over the warmth of her embrace, the thrill of conquest over the tender touch of home. The darkness thickened around us, a living thing, tangling in my thoughts. I felt it then, the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the rumble of my heart entwined with the heartbeat of Ithaca. It was a reminder of what lay ahead, challenges, yes, but promises, too. I took a step forward, the ground firm beneath me, the promise of home pulling at the edges of my soul. With each breath, Athena's presence shifted, a guardian court between realms. Remember, Odysseus, she whispered, her voice a haunting melody. You will face the suitors, they dine at your table, reveling in your absence. But every shadow defeated brings you closer to her. The vision of Penelope flickered like a flame in my mind, her eyes like the stars I had traversed. I remembered the way she would smile, a fleeting expression of joy amidst the endless nights of waiting. I could almost hear her voice, thick with emotion, reciting the tales of our lives together. You are the soil in which my heart blooms, Odysseus, she would say, her voice wrapped in honey and warmth. The weight of that memory anchored me, igniting a fire in my belly. I was not just Odysseus the warrior, but Odysseus the husband, the father, the man torn between glory and hearth. The suitors had taken my place, but they would never take my love. They feasted, laughing, unaware that their revelry was a candle flickering in the wind, soon to be snuffed out by the storm of my return. Athena, I breathed, the intensity of my resolve washing over me. Help me find my way through the shadows, guide my hands, sharpen my wits. Your heart is your compass, she replied, her eyes shimmering with pride and fierce affection. You will find her, and in that moment, you will remember who you are. It was then that I heard it, the murmur of the waves, the whispers of the wind, the soft sighs of the earth. They were reminders of the lives I had touched, the trials I had faced, echoing through the vastness of time, urging me forward. I stepped into the darkness, the weight of my purpose guiding me as the moon hung high above, a silent witness to my resolve. I felt Athena's presence, a light in the abyss, reminding me that I was not alone. The journey would be fraught with pain, yes, but also with the promise of reunion, of love. And so I moved onward, the shadows swirling around me, each step a defiance against despair. I would claim my place, confront the ghosts of my past, both the ones that haunted me and the ones that loved me. The journey was not just about finding my way home, it was about reclaiming myself, weaving together the strands of a life interrupted. No matter how twisted the path, no matter the cost, I would find her again. Penelope's love was the light that would guide me through the unknown, and I would not let the darkness consume us both. The battle was not over, it was just beginning. The flickering flames of torches cast haunting shadows across the stone walls, illuminating the anxious faces of warriors on the brink of despair. Fear grips them tight, a vice that tightens with each thundering heartbeat, the air thick and electric with uncertainty. Blooded hands clutch swords, trembling not from the weight of metal, but from the sheer weight of fate. The clash of steel against steel echoes in the distance, a grim symphony that heralds the chaos unfolding beyond their sanctuary. I remember the taste of smoke, bitter and acrid, curling around the edges of my senses like the fingers of a ghost intent on dragging me into the abyss. And there in the shadows, Athena stands, cloaked in an aura of divine clarity, her eyes, piercing and luminous, searching for the glimmers of hope buried deep within the dread. She is not just a goddess, she is the whisper of strength, the spark of wisdom in the torrent of madness. I remember how she intervened, how she descended like a hawk from the sky, her presence an electric pulse that silences the storm brewing in the hearts of the warriors. Her voice, though not always heard, reverberates through the chaos, a call to action that thrums with urgency. She knows the stakes, she knows the blood that will spill unless courage is born anew. In the thick of it all stands Odysseus, the cunning warrior, his mind racing, a restless river of thoughts darting from one desperate plan to another. He scrambles for clarity, but the shadows of self-doubt cling tightly to him, twisting his confidence into knots. He is haunted by the ghosts of past decisions, each mistake a wound that festers, bleeding into the present. He remembers too well the faces of those he led into battle, their screams echoing in the chambers of his memory. "I am not a hero," he mutters under his breath, as if saying it aloud will free him from the burden of expectation. Yet, in his heart, he knows the truth of the battles he faced. He carries the weight of his choices like a shield, tarnished yet unyielding. Then there's Achilles, the warrior born of rage, a tempest of strength and fury. He stands at the edge of the fray, caught between the desire for glory and the aching grief that clings to him like a shroud. His heart beats a rhythm of vengeance, each pulse a reminder of the loved ones lost to the merciless tides of war. The world around him blurs as he recalls the laughter of his fallen friend, the warmth of companionship now extinguished. "Why does fate mock me?" he roars into the void, his voice a lamentation that cuts through the clamor, raw and bleeding. Each swing of his sword is a desperate plea for reprieve, a longing to reclaim what has been lost. But Athena knows him too well. She senses the flicker of redemption hidden beneath layers of pain. With a mere thought, she nudges his spirit, a gentle whisper in the cacophony of battle, igniting a fire that flickers anew in his chest. "You are more than your rage," she murmurs, and though he cannot hear her, he feels it, the pulse of possibility sparking within him, urging him to rise above the tempest. The battle looms ever closer, a dark cloud threatening to engulf them all. The clang of armor and the cries of warriors meld into a single haunting melody, a lullaby of destruction that crescendos with each passing heartbeat. But as the ground trembles beneath them, Athena does not waver. Her presence is a beacon, illuminating the path through despair, guiding the weary souls clutching their swords as if they were lifelines. Time slows to a crawl. I can almost see the grains of sand in the hourglass, each one falling with the weight of inevitability. I remember my own heart racing, the thud echoing in my ears, as if the cosmos itself held its breath in anticipation. There is something almost sacred in the air. This moment, fragile and fleeting, hangs like a thread spun from the heavens, a testament to what is at stake. As Odysseus finds his voice, trembling yet resolute, he declares, "We are not defined by our past, but by our choices in the face of despair." His words resonate like a thunderclap, awakening dormant spirits around him, igniting a fire that spreads like wildfire through the ranks. And then Achilles, fierce and unyielding, raises his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the torchlight. "For those we have lost," he bellows, and the plea is a battle cry that shakes the very foundations of their fear. They surge forward, a wave of humanity crashing against the tide of destiny, fueled by the whispers of a goddess who sees the best in them, even when they cannot see it themselves. I remember the chaos erupting, bodies colliding as steel met steel, the clash like thunder rolling across the heavens. I feel the exhilaration intertwined with terror, the adrenaline coursing through the veins of every warrior, a dance of life and death, primal and raw. Athena watches, not as a distant observer, but as a mother, nurturing hope in the hearts of her children. The battle rages on, a tempest of fury and passion, but within that frenzy, the seeds of change are sown, each warrior's heart a testament to resilience, each clash of swords a declaration of defiance against despair. Athena's interventions have ignited more than just the flames of war. They have ignited the spirit of each soul present, intertwining their fates in a tapestry of courage and sacrifice. As the dust of battle rises like smoke, I realize this moment is not an ending, but a beginning, a thread that ties the past to the inevitable future, each warrior forever altered by the touch of a goddess who believed in their potential. The chorus of battle may fade, but the echoes of their choices will resonate through time, whispered among the stars, immortalized in the annals of history where the very essence of heroism dwells. And as I stand amidst the chaos, I know this is not just the story of warriors and gods, it is a reflection of us all, the eternal struggle between fear and courage, despair and hope. In the heart of it all, Athena remains, a silent guardian, an indomitable spirit that weaves through the fabric of our lives, urging us on, forever unwavering. Shadows flickered against the stone walls of the ancient temple, whispering secrets that had long been buried beneath layers of grief and blood. A cold wind sliced through the air, chilling the skin, as if the very spirit of Athena herself was stirring, watching. Here, at the precipice of battle, the silence was almost deafening. You could hear the heartbeats of the warriors, an unholy drum roll, a prelude to chaos. I stood among them, breath caught in my throat, the weight of what was to come crushing against my chest, a vice tightening around the fragile remains of hope. I remember a time when valor felt like a tangible shield against the horrors of war. Back then, courage burned bright, a fire in the heart. Now, it flickered, extinguished by loss. I looked to my left, Elias. Fear etched deep into his brow, his eyes like dark wells of sorrow. He was not just a soldier, he was my brother, my anchor in this storm. But war was a fickle mistress. Today, she demanded our blood. The loss of men weighed on him like a shroud. Every step he took felt heavy with the ghosts of friends who would not rise again. To my right stood Lysandra, her grip tight around her sword. She was fierce, a spark of defiance against the encroaching darkness, yet I saw the tremor in her hands. It betrayed her. In her eyes swirled a tempest of doubt. We had trained together, faced countless skirmishes, yet here, at the edge of oblivion, she felt small, fragile as glass, teetering on the brink of despair. I wanted to tell her that fear was a sign of life, that courage was not the absence of it, but the will to fight on. But the words died on my lips, caught in the tangle of our shared fears. The battlefield stretched before us, an expanse of uncertainty and dread. I remember the ground beneath my feet, not solid earth but quicksand, pulling us into an abyss of despair. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, a promise of violence. Up above, the sky was a bruised purple, swirling with ominous clouds, as if the heavens themselves were warning us. I could hear whispers of the fallen, men and women whose lives were snuffed out like candles in the wind. They beckoned, their voices laced with longing and rage. "Stay close," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips. I wanted to drown them in reassurance, to wrap them in a blanket of safety, but fear was a cruel master. As we moved forward, the shadows danced, and I felt Athena's presence, her wisdom wrapping around us, a spectral embrace. She was the eternal strategist, the goddess born of war and wisdom, yet in this moment, I craved her guidance like a child reaching for a mother's hand. War was not just bloodshed, it was a chess game played on the bodies of the living. Each move counted, each sacrifice weighed against others. I could feel the weight of Athena's strategy pressing down on us. What would she do? I thought, desperate to grasp the threads of her genius. My mind flooded with images, alliances forged in fire, tactical maneuvers that danced across the battlefield like a masterful conductor leading a symphony. But the notes here were discordant, filled with anguish and loss. Elias's voice broke through my reverie, raw and fierce. "Every sacrifice has a price," he said, his eyes burning with the light of a dying star. "We must honor them, or it will all be for nothing." His conviction struck me like a thunderbolt, his words igniting a flicker of hope in the hollowed cavity of my heart. I nodded, and as if summoned by the gods themselves, the memory of fallen comrades rose up, a tide of faces and laughter, filling the void with the weight of their dreams and ambitions. But with every heartbeat, the ground trembled as the enemy approached. Their war cries pierced the air, a cacophony of chaos that clawed at my sanity. The time for strategy had come, but what could we do against the tide of fury that surged toward us? I remembered Athena's wisdom, calm in the face of chaos, clarity amid confusion. I closed my eyes, breathing in the scent of impending violence, the sharp tang of sweat and blood. "Lysandra, flank left," I commanded, my voice steady, powerful, carrying the weight of our shared resolve. "Elias, hold the line with me." The words fell into place like pieces of a puzzle, fitting together beautifully. The fear that had gripped me began to dissolve, replaced by purpose, ignited by the essence of Athena's spirit within us. The world exploded into chaos. The clash of metal rang out like a mournful elegy, a symphony composed of pain and valor. I fought with every ounce of strength, a dance of life and death, a desperate attempt to forge a legacy amid the ruins. I could hear Lysandra's battle cries, fierce and defiant, her blade slicing through the darkness. Elias held his ground, a bastion of strength. Together, we were more than mere soldiers, we were vessels of Athena's might, a testament to her enduring wisdom. But among the chaos, a shadow loomed, a figure clad in darkness, our greatest threat. I could feel the icy grip of fear clawing at my throat. "I will not falter," I whispered to myself, the mantra pressing against my skull. With every heartbeat, The spectre of failure loomed larger, yet so did the flickering light of resilience. And just as despair threatened to swallow us whole, a glint of silver caught my eye, Athena's shield, radiant with the promise of protection. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cool metal, and in that moment, the weight of our struggle transformed into something else, an unstoppable force. The battle surged on, but I felt Athena guiding us, a celestial presence whispering in my ear. Each moment expanded, time stretching like the fabric of the universe, a cosmic dance of fate and free will. Our triumphs and tragedies intertwined, a tapestry too magnificent and hideous to behold. As the dust settled, the echoes of war resonated within me, woven into the fabric of my being. I was alive, and so were they, but shadows would always hang over us, memories etched into our very souls. The price of war was never fully paid, and Athena's wisdom lingered, an eternal question unanswered. What would we choose in the face of unending darkness? Time slipped away, but the battle was far from over, and I could feel it, the threads of fate pulling us closer to another confrontation, another challenge. The story was a relentless cycle, a spiraling dance of hope and despair, and we were caught in its fierce embrace, forever entwined in the goddess's tale. The city is drenched in a silence so thick it wraps around your throat, squeezing until you can barely breathe. It's a hush pregnant with expectation, as if the very stones of the Acropolis are holding their breath, waiting for the moment to shatter. The moon casts a ghostly glow on the Parthenon, illuminating its weathered pillars, each a testament to glory, and to the inevitable decay that shadows every triumph. I remember the chill in the air, sharp enough to pierce the skin, yet the warmth of ancient stories coursed through me, igniting a fire with each heartbeat. I remember, oh, how I remember, the fierce determination of a warrior goddess, her silhouette etched against the night sky, as alive in myth as she was in life. Athena! Her name dances on the lips of mortals and gods alike, reverberating through the ages with a resonance that promises both wisdom and wrath. I can see her now, an ethereal figure poised on the edge of time, caught between the realms of battle and counsel. In one hand, she wields a spear, not just an instrument of war, but a symbol of protection. In the other, the shield glinting under the moonlight, adorned with the visage of Medusa, a chilling reminder of the transformative power of fear and strength. I remember the stories, how she emerged from Zeus's brow, fully formed, a deity born of intellect and strategy, yet haunted by the shadows of her father's tumultuous reign. But there, in the depths of my mind, lies another character, Persephone, dark and brooding, yet impossibly intriguing. She wanders freely through my thoughts, her presence a haunting whisper of loss and rebirth. What sorrow lingers in her heart as she roams the underworld, a queen bound to the shadows yet yearning for the light? She encapsulates an entire existence, torn between two worlds, one of eternal winter and the other a fleeting summer. I remember the paradox of her being, trapped in a cycle that reflects our own struggles, our own longing for freedom, and the grips of our own invisible chains. Athena watches Persephone from the heights of Olympus, her gaze heavy with both envy and sympathy. The warlike goddess, with her armor forged in the fires of Olympus, feels the weight of expectation. She is the protector of cities, yet the city crumbles around her. The statues crafted in her image whisper secrets of pride and ambition, but they cannot encapsulate the agony of her solitude. I remember the sculptors, chiseling away at marble, pouring their souls into each piece. Their hands trembled, not just from the weight of the stone, but from the weight of their own inspirations. What is art but an echo of the heart's turmoil? They sought to capture Athena, but in the process, they captured the very essence of human existence, the struggle against the inevitable, the search for meaning in a world that often defies it. I remember watching the artisans at work, their faces smudged with dust, eyes alight with fervor, as if each stroke of their chisel could awaken the goddess within the stone. Yet, there is a darkness creeping in, a shadow that taints the marble with an unholy sheen. The more they strive for perfection, the more they reveal their own inadequacies. It is in the cracks, in the imperfections, that the truth of Athena's evolution lies. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the statue of Athena Parthenos, her towering figure, an embodiment of strength and grace, but also a reflection of every artist's fear of failure. The gilded cloak, shimmering like the sun, hides the cracks and chips that speak of time's relentless march. In the throes of an artistic crisis, Athena's visage flickers like a candle in the wind, fierce one moment, soft the next.
I remember the moments of deep introspection, where every shadow cast against her statue felt like judgment. What does it mean to be a goddess, a protector, a figure of reverence, yet to be so profoundly alone? The tension builds like a tempest on the horizon. Athena, with her spear raised high, calls out into the void, a plea, a declaration. I am not just a symbol of war. I am the wisdom behind the battle. The echoes of her voice tear through the silence, ricocheting off the ancient stones, and I can feel the ground tremble beneath me. This is the crux of her evolution, the moment where her identity shifts, where she embraces the layers of herself, the warrior, the strategist, the nurturer. And then there's Persephone again, emerging from the underworld, a haunting visage of springtime rebirth, yet marked by the scars of her journey. The juxtaposition of their stories grips my heart. Athena stands tall, a guardian of reason, while Persephone embodies the chaos of emotion. I remember the delicate balance between their worlds, the goddess of wisdom and the queen of the dead, forever intertwined in an unbreakable tapestry of life and death, light and darkness. The air grows heavy, electric with anticipation. The collision of their worlds feels imminent, and I cannot help but hold my breath, waiting for the confrontation, the fierce recognition of their shared humanity, their flaws, their relentless quest for purpose. I remember, oh, how I remember, the night when the moon hung low, a silver coin in the sky, and the stars whispered secrets of eternity. In that moment, beneath the ancient columns that have borne witness to countless struggles, I felt the pulse of history thrum beneath my skin. The evolution of Athena in classical art is not merely a tale of chiseled stone and bronze, it is a living, breathing entity, a reflection of our own battles, our own transformations. As the confrontation looms on the horizon, I find myself suspended in time, feeling the weight of every heartbeat, every shared secret. The shadows dance around us, teasing at the edges of revelation, stirring a longing deep within. The story does not end here, it is but a breath away from the next moment, the next revelation, a continuation of the ever-unfolding narrative of humanity's struggle against the cosmos, against the relentless tides of change. And beneath it all, I am left aching, yearning for the next heartbeat, the next whisper of hope, as the shadows of Athena and Persephone mingle, promising that the journey is far from over. Rain fell like a curtain of sorrow, each drop a whispered promise of fate. In the distance, thunder clapped its thunderous applause for the chaos that was unfolding. I stood there, drenched to the bone, heart racing with the drumbeats of war brewing just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with tension, thick with the weight of decisions yet to be made. I could taste the metal tang of inevitability on my tongue, as if the very gods conspired against us in this moment of dread and anticipation. Her name echoed through the storm, a fleeting spectre, a haunting melody, Athena. Goddess of wisdom, of war, of the intricate dance between the two. I remember the stories, the ones that wove her into the very fabric of humanity. Homer painted her as a gleaming figure, a beacon of strength in a male-dominated tapestry of madness. But here, in this moment, I felt the shadows of Hesiod wrapping around her, the nuance of complexity that made her not just a deity but a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and greatest hopes. I was not alone in my turmoil. There was Odysseus, a man caught between the desire for glory and the chains of his own making. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. He was a warrior, yes, but his heart was a battlefield of conscience, torn between the siren song of victory and the spectre of loss. Athena, he murmured, as if conjuring her from the storm itself, will you guide me, or will I fall? His voice trembled, raw with vulnerability. For all his cunning, he was still just a man, searching for a sliver of solace in a world that offered none. And then there was Penelope, a woman woven from the threads of loyalty and despair. I could see her in the distance, her silhouette framed against the dim light of twilight. She was a fortress of patience, waiting, always waiting, for a husband who had become a ghost in his own tale. The shadows danced around her, whispering of betrayal, of longing, of an uncertain future. What is faith? She asked the darkness, her voice cracking under the strain, when love feels like a prison. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that hope is a cruel mistress, but words failed me. I could only watch as she clutched the tapestry, thread slipping through her fingers like time itself. Together, they were a triangle of despair, each point echoing the tragedies of their choices.
Odysseus, with his restless ambition, the applause of 1,000 battles ringing in his ears. Penelope, with her unwavering belief, standing sentinel against the tide of loneliness. And Athena, the goddess who watched from above, a silent witness to the tears and triumphs of mortals. The storm raged on, a reminder of the chaos lurking within. The sky flashed, illuminating their faces for a heartbeat. Odysseus, determined yet conflicted, Penelope, fragile yet fierce. I remember the stories, I whispered, feeling the weight of their narratives press against my chest like a stone. I remember the gods, their laughter, their wrath, and how we are but pawns in their games. But Athena, she was different. She held within her the duality of creation and destruction. In one breath, she could inspire greatness, in the next, she could shatter dreams like glass. I could feel the energy surrounding her, pulsating in the air like a heartbeat, a reminder that wisdom is often born from pain. Will she save us? I wondered aloud, but the silence was my answer. As the thunder rolled like a war drum, Odysseus took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath him. I will not falter, he declared, his voice rising above the storm. I will find my way home, or I will die trying. There was a fire in his eyes, a flicker of the hero he wanted to be, but beneath that bravado lay the cracks of self-doubt. Could words alone drive back the darkness? Penelope's hand trembled as she held the tapestry close, the fabric heavy with the weight of her dreams and fears. And if you never return, she asked, the question hanging in the air like an unspoken promise. What then? Tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening like stars caught in a storm. What if loyalty is just a chain that binds us to hopelessness? In that moment, I felt the world blur around us, time stretching and collapsing like the fabric of the universe itself. Athena, her spirit, her essence, hovered in the air, a reminder that even in despair, wisdom could ignite a spark of hope. But that hope was precarious, a candle flickering in a tempest. The shadows lurked, teasing our minds with visions of triumph and tragedy, each potential path filled with whispers of the past. The tension thickened, it wrapped around us like a shroud. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder of our mortality. And then, without warning, a crack of thunder split the sky, the sound a clarion call to action. In that moment, clarity pierced the chaos. Odysseus and Penelope stood at the precipice of their choices, the chasm of fate yawning before them. I could see Athena's influence wrapping around them, guiding their hearts, urging them forward. But her presence was not to be taken lightly. It was a double-edged sword, a harbinger of both light and darkness. The air was thick with possibility, and yet, it stung, the knowledge that even the greatest warriors and the most steadfast lovers could be undone by their own demons. Save your heart for the battles that matter, she seemed to whisper through the roar of the storm. The words hung in the air, a final challenge that ignited a desperate spark within me. The storm was not just an external force, it was a mirror reflecting our inner turmoil, the strife of humanity itself. With each passing moment, the world grew dimmer, but within that darkness lay the promise of rebirth. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, hope shimmered like a distant star, faint but insistent. Athena's legacy was not one of certainty but of resilience, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there is always a flicker waiting to be fanned into flame. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath catching, caught between past and future, between Odysseus's quest and Penelope's waiting, I realized that this was not just their story. It was ours, woven into the very fabric of existence, a tapestry of longing, courage, and the relentless pursuit of wisdom in a world forever in turmoil. And the storm? It was merely a chapter, a haunting echo of the battles yet to come, a reminder that the choices we make ripple through the cosmos, forever entwined in the dance of fate. The sky hung low, bruised and swollen, as if the very heavens were holding its breath, waiting for a storm to break. In the heart of Rome, the air was thick with tension, thick like the walls of a temple where whispers of Athena still lingered, echoing through the ages like the soft rustle of wings. I stood in the shadows of crumbling columns, my heart thundering in my chest, feeling the pulse of the city beneath my feet, each heartbeat a reminder of the power that once flowed here, and the weight of the past that still clung to us like a spectre.
Lucius, my brother, a man torn between ambition and loyalty, stood before me, his brow furrowed in desperation, eyes blazing with a fire that threatened to consume him. They don't understand, Celia. They don't see what she could bring. Athena's wisdom, her strength, it could change everything. His voice was raw, a desperate plea that resonated in the hollow silence surrounding us, crackling with the energy of a brewing storm. I could see the flickering shadow of Athena behind him, a ghostly figure cloaked in bronze and glory, but she felt so far away. I remembered the stories our mother told us, her voice rich and melodic as she spoke of Athena, the goddess with a heart of oak and wisdom sharper than any blade. In the depths of night, she walks, my mother used to say, her footsteps silent, yet her presence as undeniable as the dawn. But now, in this moment of crisis, Athena felt like a distant memory, a fading echo in Lucius's fervent dreams of power. Celia, if we could just harness her influence, his words danced in the air, tantalizing yet terrifying. My heart ached for him. Lucius had always been the ambitious one, the dreamer, the idealist, trapped in a world that demanded conformity. I, in contrast, was the practical one, the realist, the one who saw the darkness swirling around us, who felt the cold fingers of reality clutching at my throat. And what price would we pay, Lucius? What blood would be spilled to bring her voice back to this world? You know what they do to those who seek power. I inhaled sharply, the air thick with foreboding. A shiver ran down my spine as I cast my gaze to the horizon, where the sun fought valiantly against the gathering clouds. The shadows lengthened, stretching and twisting like the souls of the city, ensnared in an eternal struggle. I clutched my fists, feeling the sharp edges of a coin resting in my palm, a symbol of the choices we faced, choices that could easily tip the balance between glory and ruin. Lucius stepped closer, his breath a mix of desperation and determination. They fear her. They fear what she represents, wisdom, strategy, strength. If we can just bring her back into the fold, we could unite the factions, end the bloodshed. I wanted to scream, to shake him, to make him see the danger lurking in those ideals. Athena was not simply a symbol, she was an embodiment of the very conflict that raged within us. But that same flicker of hope was mirrored in his eyes, a dangerous spark that ignited my own conflicted feelings. I remembered the glories of Rome, the bright banners unfurling against azure skies, the laughter of citizens echoing off the marble, the promise of greatness. Yet, lurking beneath that surface was a festering wound, a darkness that Athena could illuminate but also shatter. Suddenly, the storm broke. Thunder rumbled like a battle cry, jagged and fierce, as the first drops of rain began to fall, a herald of chaos. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and hooded, a priestess of Athena, her face obscured, yet her presence palpable. You seek the goddess. Her voice was a low whisper, thick with the weight of prophecy and pain. What are you willing to sacrifice? The air around us crackled with energy, the tension tightening like a noose around our throats. My heart raced as Lucius stepped forward, that blind ambition overtaking his senses. I would give anything, he cried, his voice rising above the storm. Anything to see her rise again. I felt the chill of dread pooling in my stomach, the ghost of a warning echoing in my ears. No, Lucius. You don't understand. But it was too late. The priestess raised her hand, and the air shimmered with a strange light, a pulse of energy that coursed through the ground and into our very souls. In that moment, time felt suspended, an eternal heartbeat, a moment stretched thin as gauze. I saw flashes of history, Athena standing amidst warriors, guiding them through dark nights and bitter wars, her wisdom a beacon in the chaos. But I also glimpsed the shadows, the betrayal, the blood that had been shed in her name. Power comes with a price, the priestess intoned, her voice haunting and echoing through the storm. What will you offer? My heart raced, anxiety clawing at my throat. I wanted to pull Lucius back, to shake him awake from this fever dream. Yet, I felt something dark and seductive whispering in the corners of my mind, a promise of power that made my blood sing. I remembered the stories again, the echoes of Athena's influence threading through Roman culture, art, philosophy, war. I remembered the faces of those who sought her favor, the sacrifices made in pursuit of glory.
Glancing back at Lucius, I saw his eyes alight with fervor, unyielding in his desire. "I will bring back her wisdom," he vowed, tone fierce, unrelenting. In that moment, I was both terrified and exhilarated. The storm raged on, a tempest of emotion swirling within me, each drop of rain carrying away the innocence of our intentions. As thunder boomed, a shiver of realization coursed through me, a heavy weight of impending doom mingled with the thrill of possibility. I stood there, caught in the crucible of fate, knowing that whatever choice we made would echo through time like the clash of swords on the battlefield. Athena watched, her presence both a promise and a curse, hovering in the air as we teetered on the edge of something vast and unfathomable. In the end, all that remained was the weight of our decisions and the shadows of what was yet to unfold. The storm continued to howl, and the dance of destiny began, pulling us deeper into the unknown, as ancient as the stars above and as volatile as the raging sea. The moon hung low, casting an eerie pallor over the worn cobblestones of the ancient city, each stone a witness to centuries of laughter and bloodshed, whispered prayers, and furious screams. A chill skittered down my spine as I stood in the shadow of the Parthenon, its once majestic columns now relics of a forgotten faith, crumbling under the weight of time and indifference. The air was thick with a tension that seemed to pulse like a living thing, a heartbeat echoing the collective anxiety of a world caught between the dying embers of the old ways and the relentless march of a new order that promised salvation but offered none. "Do you feel it, too?" Elara whispered, her voice barely above the sigh of the wind. She stood beside me, her eyes wide, shimmering with unshed tears. A fierce spirit dwelled within her, yet tonight, it flickered like a candle in a storm. She clutched a tattered scroll in her hands, the ink stained by time, bearing the words of the ancients, not just words, but the very essence of their devotion to Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war, and crafts. "They've forgotten us, Callias. Forgotten her." I wanted to deny it, to shout that the echoes of worship still lingered, that the prayers still rose like incense into the night, but deep down, I felt the truth clench around my heart like a vice. The temples lay empty, the altars were cold and bare, the offerings had turned to dust. We were the last guardians of a fading legacy, and with each passing day, hope slipped further from our grasp. "Tonight," I said, my voice trembling, "we light the fire. We'll make them remember." The resolve burned in my chest, a feeble flame against the encroaching darkness. I could see the flicker of doubt in Elara's eyes, the way she looked away, biting her lip as if to suppress the truth we both feared. "You're scared, aren't you?" I pressed, almost pleading, desperate for her strength. "What will happen if we don't?" The weight of her gaze fell upon me, heavy as a shroud. "What if it's too late? What if she's gone?" A shiver ran through her, and I reached for her hand, our fingers intertwining, a fragile lifeline amidst the chaos swirling within and around us. Elara was a warrior, a daughter of this city, yet in this moment, she felt as delicate as the petals of a withering flower. A sharp cry shattered the silence, a shrill echo of desperation that shattered the night. It pierced through our reverie, awakening a deep, primal fear that clawed at the edges of my mind. "They're here," Elara breathed, her voice a mere tremor, vibrating with every ounce of dread. Shadows moved among the ruins, figures robed in dark fabric, the faceless agents of a new faith that knew only suppression, never understanding. They were the enforcers of a belief that sought to smother the last flickers of the old gods, their presence a chilling reminder that the world was shifting beneath our feet. "Run!" I urged, but my feet felt glued to the ground, a paralyzing mix of fear and determination anchoring me in place. Elara pulled me back into motion, her spirit reigniting like a spark in the dark, and we dashed through the labyrinth of stone, every heartbeat sinking with the growing thud of our pursuers. I could hear the distant clang of metal, the urgency of voices rising, calling out for heretics, for traitors. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, standing before the altar, the sweet scent of burnt offerings mingling with the fervent prayers that had once danced through the air like fireflies on a summer's night. I could almost feel the warmth of Athena's gaze upon us, the protective embrace that had wrapped around the faithful for generations, and now it hung just out of reach, like a distant star lost in a stormy sky. As we ran, I glimpsed the once bright banners, now tattered and lifeless, the symbols of our lost faith fluttering like ghosts against the cold wind. Each step felt heavier, each breath a reminder of what was slipping away. You have to believe. You have to hold on to her. I gasped, desperation fueling my words, hoping against hope that they would ignite something, a spark of resistance, a flicker of courage. If we lose faith, that's it. We're nothing. Ilara's grip on my hand tightened, her knuckles white. And if we die for nothing? The question hung between us, cutting deeper than any sword. It felt like a betrayal, yet in her voice, I heard the tremors of doubt crackling like dry leaves in a fire. What do you want from me, Callias? To sacrifice everything for a memory. I stumbled, a weight crashing down on me, dragging my heart into the depths of despair. No. I cried out, forcing the words through clenched teeth. I want you to remember who we are. I want you to fight for her. But even as I spoke, a gnawing fear wrapped around my throat. What if we were already ghosts, mere echoes in a world that no longer cared? What if Athena's legacy was destined to wither, buried beneath the ashes of a new belief, forever silenced in the annals of time? The shadows closed in, the air thickening with the scent of fear, desperation clawing at my throat as the moonlight flickered like the pulse of an unsteady heart. I found myself wondering if we were the last flickers of an extinguished flame, desperately clinging to the remnants of a past that had become a phantom. Stay close, I urged Ilara, my voice a raw rasp, an urgency thrumming beneath the surface. We rounded a corner, breathless, hearts pounding like war drums echoing the call to arms, a surge of purpose building within me. Remember her, I whispered fiercely, the words a mantra against the encroaching darkness. Remember who we are. The night seemed to hold its breath, waiting, as if the very stars above were witnesses to our struggle, a cosmic audience yearning for our victory, or our demise. The cold metal of the knife glistened under the flickering fluorescent lights, a sharp contrast to the blood-slicked floor that seemed to swallow the breath of the night. I stood frozen, heart pounding, as I watched her, Kira, her hands trembling, the weight of knowledge pressing down on her like a leaden shroud. She was once the brightest spark, a beacon of wisdom in our chaotic world, but now she was a spectre, haunted by the ghosts of choices past. I have to, she whispered, her voice barely rising above the eerie silence, a sound that echoed with the shadows of regret. I remember the first time I met her, the way she spoke, each word a carefully polished gem, each idea a thread woven into a tapestry of brilliance. She was Athena incarnate, cloaked in the guise of a modern woman, wisdom wrapped in the guise of youth. But tonight, that wisdom teetered on the brink of destruction as she faced the abyss of her own making. Why? The question slipped from my lips, a breathless plea buried under a weight that felt too heavy to lift. Because they won't listen, she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I've tried everything. And now this. The knife trembled in her grip, a reflection of her internal struggle. And then there was Caleb, lurking in the shadows, his face twisted with fear and desperation. He had always been the one to find solace in the chaos, a jester in the court of our lives, but now he was reduced to a trembling wretch, a broken man caught in the crossfire of Kira's turmoil. You can't do this. You're better than this. His voice cracked, pleading with her to turn back, to reclaim the wisdom she had once wielded like a sword. But Kira was lost. Wisdom, that elusive mistress, had turned her back on her. I could feel the chasm widening, the distance between us stretching like an unwelcome infinity. You don't understand, she said, her voice rising, trembling with an intensity that ignited the air around us. You think I want this? You think I chose to be the villain in this story? I ached for her, a visceral longing to bridge the gap, to soothe the raw edges of her soul. I wanted to tell her that wisdom is not just knowing, it's the burden of knowing too much, the weight of truths that can shatter worlds. I remember late nights spent in deep conversation, the laughter that echoed through the dimly lit rooms, the weight of our dreams intertwining like the roots of ancient trees. We were young gods, untouchable, fearless. But life is a cruel trickster, all shadows and whispers. It takes our dreams and twists them into nightmares. Caleb, Kira said, her voice sharpening like the blade in her hand, do you really think I have a choice? Wisdom without action is nothing but a lingering ghost. I can't let them keep taking. Not anymore. Her words rippled through the air, charged with a ferocity that sent shivers down my spine. I watched as she steeled herself, diving into a darkness I feared she might never return from. Her face contorted, a kaleidoscope of pain and purpose. I saw the flicker of Athena in her eyes, the goddess raging against the futility of silence. And yet, with every heartbeat, the room thickened with despair. Caleb clenched his fists at his sides, a tempest brewing behind his eyes. "You're not Athena," he spat, venom lacing his voice. "You're just a scared girl with a knife." The words hung heavy, a stinging slap that echoed through the silence, making the air crackle with tension. Kira recoiled, the impact of his words carving into her, a chisel chipping away at her bravado. "Maybe I am," she whispered, almost too soft to hear, the fight in her fading like the last sliver of daylight. I remembered the stories we shared, the myths, the legends of Athena, of wisdom and war, of decisions that shaped destinies. She had once been vibrant, an embodiment of strength and insight. But now? Now she was standing on the precipice of her own making, the knife trembling between her fingers like a darting tongue of flame. Caleb stepped forward, desperation painted across his features. "You think this is the way to wield your wisdom? Through violence? No. You're better than this. You have to remember who you are." But Kira merely shook her head, her eyes empty, haunted by specters dancing in the shadows. "I do remember," she replied, voice cracking, "but wisdom is a double-edged sword. It can save, it can destroy. Sometimes it feels like the only choice left is destruction." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, a dark cloud that threatened to consume us whole. I felt the suffocating grip of despair tightening around my chest, squeezing until I could barely breathe. The very essence of Athena, the goddess who balanced wisdom and war, was lost in the chaos of our mortal struggles. Time slipped away, a relentless tide, the shadows growing long and cold. Every minute passed like an eternity, echoing with the unspoken fears and desires that clung to us like ghosts. The knife glimmered, a beacon of desperation, and I felt the world spinning, tilting dangerously toward the edge of oblivion. And Kira stood there, a warrior poised between choices, hearts crashing against the walls of her resolve. "I can't go back," she murmured, her grip tightening around the handle, as if it were the only thing tethering her to reality. "I won't let them win." Caleb's voice cracked as he reached out, the last thread of hope dangling between them. "But at what cost? You can choose another way." And then the air shifted, a weighty silence that swallowed our breath. The tension thickened, a palpable force that pulled us closer to the brink, where wisdom danced dangerously with destruction, leaving us trembling on the edge of understanding. In that moment, I realized, wisdom is not merely a choice, it is a haunting melody that resonates through the corridors of our lives, echoing long after the notes have faded. It demands sacrifice, it demands understanding, and sometimes it demands blood. The knife shimmered, and the night stretched before us, a vast abyss filled with shadows and whispers, a battleground where wisdom and fear collided. And I stood witness, my heart racing, as the clock of fate ticked mercilessly onward, the shadows of our choices unfurling like a dark tapestry, weaving us into a story yet unwritten, a cycle that would never truly end. The shadows stretch long across the cobblestone street, curling like the fingers of a ghost reaching for a lingering scent of roses. I stand there, heart pounding, every breath a rebellion against the quiet. A lone street lamp flickers, casting a sickly yellow glow that dances with the night, illuminating the faces of those who pass by, faces worn by time, etched with stories yet untold. I can feel the weight of their histories pressing against me, like an unseen force demanding to be acknowledged. There, within the darkness, a figure emerges, Athena, warrior, wise, and hauntingly fierce. I remember, I whisper, as if the very air could catch my words and carry them to the heavens. I remember her voice, a clarion call cutting through the chaos. Athena stands tall, her armor glimmering under the feeble light, an echo of ancient strength that has both terrified and inspired countless souls. She embodies the paradox, the goddess of war and wisdom, a harbinger of hope and fear. But does she belong to the men who wield her image for glory, or to the women who dare to redefine her? The tension crackles, a taut string pulled tight, waiting to snap. Beside her, I see Clio, her eyes reflecting a storm of emotions: anger, hope, despair. Clio, the historian, burdened with the weight of narratives lost and rewritten. We're not just footnotes, she breathes, her voice barely a whisper against the night. Athena is not theirs alone. We reclaim her. But how? The question curls around my heart like smoke, suffocating yet intoxicating. I glance at the chaos swirling around us, a marketplace in disarray, merchants shouting, children laughing, lovers quarreling. Each scene a snapshot of life, yet all I see is the struggle for identity, the clashing of old-world ideals with the yearning for something more. Athena watches, her gaze piercing through the facade. You think it's easy to bear the weight of history, she seems to ask, eyes narrowing. You think it's simple to redefine what has been carved in stone. The world spins like a clock unwinding, and time loses its grip. I remember sitting in classrooms, learning about her as a deity to be revered, but not understood. Goddess of wisdom, they said, patron of heroes. Yet, where were the stories of the women who fought for her name? Clio's passion flares, those stories are ours. We must rewrite the past, give voice to the silenced. But the shadows loom large, taunting us. The clock ticks ominously, each second a reminder of the battles we face. I think of the women who came before me, her mothers, daughters, sisters, battling against a tide that seeks to drown their voices. Athena's spear glimmers, a reminder of the fight yet to come. Fight, I say, the word slipping from my lips, a thread in the tapestry of the moment. But what if the fight is against ourselves? My heart aches at the thought. Clio's laughter is bitter. Fear is the greatest enemy, she replies, the edge of her words sharp enough to cut. Doubt festers in silence. It hangs there between us, a heavy air thick with tension and possibility. I remember the nights spent weaving through history, searching for the truths buried beneath layers of male narratives, those who claimed Athena's legacy while silencing the women who bore her essence. I thought of the warriors forgotten, their stories dripping with blood and courage. Because Athena has always been ours, I say, my voice rising, trembling with belief and doubt. We are not the shadows, we are the light. The flicker of hope glimmers in Clio's eyes, a spark igniting the darkness that surrounds us. But just as the flame catches, I see a figure approaching, silhouetted against the dying glow of the street lamp, Talon, a man cloaked in arrogance, his gaze penetrating. You don't understand, he sneers, the disdain palpable. Athena is a symbol of strength for us, not for you. His words slice through the air, a bitter chill enveloping me. My heart races, caught between anger and fear. And what does it mean to you? I challenge, stepping forward, the weight of history pulling at my feet. To wield her image while denying her essence? To silence the voices of those who fought alongside her? Talon smirks, but there's a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. You think you can rewrite her, he scoffs, but his laughter sounds hollow, an echo of his own insecurity. I feel it, the tide shifting. Clio stands beside me, shoulders squared, ready for battle. We won't be silenced, she declares, her voice resonating with strength. Not anymore. The air crackles, a storm brewing as we face him, three souls intertwined in this battle for acknowledgement. I feel the ghosts of women past surrounding us, their whispers urging us to rise, to reclaim, to fight. As the night deepens, I understand, this confrontation isn't merely about Athena, it's about us. Every woman who has been cast aside, every story that has been buried beneath the weight of history. In this moment, as the shadows close in, I grasp Clio's hand, and we stand together, defiant, unyielding, a spark against the darkness. I remember, I say again, my voice steady, the strength we carry. The wisdom we embody. Athena lives through us. And as Talon falters, the clock continues to tick, echoing the heartbeat of a revolution, ours. The night stretches infinitely, a canvas waiting to be painted with our stories, our truths, our lives. The confrontation hangs heavy, but I know this, there's no turning back now. The fight for Athena, for ourselves, has only just begun. The clock ticked ominously in the stillness of the library, each second echoing like a heartbeat in the suffocating silence. Shadows swirled around the rows of ancient tomes as Julia felt the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders. She was here, trapped in a sanctuary of forgotten knowledge and haunting echoes, fighting against the tides of an overwhelming despair that threatened to consume her. The air was thick, charged with the scent of dust and the faintest whisper of parchment. She could hear her own breath, ragged, betraying the turmoil inside. I remember when I thought this place was a refuge. Outside, the world had long forgotten the battles fought and won, the sacrifices made for peace, and the wisdom of Athena, the goddess who once guided so many. Now, the streets throbbed with a different kind of noise, shouts, chaos, the relentless drumbeat of modernity drowning out the whispers of the past. Julia's fingers brushed against a spine of a book, its cover cracked and faded, a relic of a time when wisdom was sought, not scorned. How did we lose her? She whispered, her heart aching for a connection she could almost taste, bitter and sweet. Across the expansive room, Matthew stood, frozen, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anger. He was torn, his brow furrowed, grappling with a different kind of crisis that had nothing to do with dusty books or ancient prophecies. This is all a lie, Julia, he shouted, veins pulsing at his temples, frustration spilling over like an overturned chalice. Athena is just a story. We need to wake up. The word shattered the fragile silence, a scream of defiance against the tide of apathy that had swept over them both. But Julia, oh Julia, she felt the stories wrapped around her like a shroud, a comfort and a curse. But what if she's real? What if her influence hasn't faded, she replied, her voice trembling but alive with a fierce intensity. What if the lessons she taught us are buried deep, just waiting for someone to unearth them? They stood at the precipice of belief and disbelief, a chasm yawning wide between them, each word a stone thrown into the abyss. And then there was Samuel, lurking in the shadows like a spectre, the ghost of potential, of what could have been. He watched, heart heavy, torn between the thrill of rebellion and the comfort of stability. You two are drowning in fantasies, he murmured, his voice barely more than a breath. Look around. We're too far gone. The world isn't listening. A bitter smile tugged at his lips, but it was tinged with sadness. He saw Athena in the soft glow of the library's light, a fleeting shadow woven into the fabric of their lives. What does it matter if she's timeless? We're not. The words hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating and real. Julia's heart raced, a wild metronome keeping time with her mounting despair. You don't understand. She was a warrior, a strategist, a force of nature. She represented something greater, something we need now more than ever. Can't you see? The desperation in her voice cut through the haze, igniting a flicker of possibility. It was a reminder that within each of them lay a spark, a testament to love, courage, and the need for something more. As the argument spiraled, memories flooded Julia's mind, the sounds of battle, clashing swords, the cries of both triumph and defeat. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, she said, her voice steadying, pulling back from the brink. How Athena guided the heroes of old, how she whispered wisdom into the hearts of those willing to listen. We need to be those heroes. We have to listen. Her eyes gleamed with wild conviction, the kind that could light 1,000 torches in the darkest of nights. Listen? Matthew's eyes sparked with disbelief, but beneath the surface, there was a flicker of intrigue, a question lingering in the back of his mind. To what? The ghosts of a forgotten past. He laughed, but it was hollow, echoing through the chamber like a forgotten prayer. How can we trust a voice that echoes through time? We are the ones who must shape our own destinies. No. Julia's shout cut through the air, raw and unyielding. We are shaped by the past. Athena's legacy is not about heroism, it's about resilience, wisdom in the face of adversity. We can't erase our history just because it's inconvenient. She felt the walls closing in, her heart pounding against her ribs, threatening to fracture under the weight of their unraveling debate. Samuel stepped forward, the shadows clinging to him like a second skin, his voice low but powerful. But what if we fail? What if we reach for her and find nothing? What if she's just a figment of our imaginations? His eyes glistened with a fear that resonated deep, a fear of confronting the abyss of their existence, the fragility of belief. I can't bear the thought of losing hope again. The intensity in the room spiraled, a tempest of emotions. Julia reached out, desperate, grasping at the fraying threads of their connection. Hope is all we have. Don't you see? Athena represents the potential within us, the strength we can summon even when the world seems bleak. If we let her go, if we forget her, we lose ourselves. We become shadows in the very history she fought to protect. Outside, the city roared, unaware of their internal struggle, a cacophony drowned in ambition, greed, and the relentless march of time. Maybe that's the problem. Matthew's voice was a ghost, trailing away, filled with doubt. Maybe we're not meant to find her. Maybe she's just a memory, and memories fade. Behind him, the clock ticked on, relentless, heartless, mocking. Julia felt a fracture within herself, a crack in her fervor. I can't let her fade, she whispered, her voice barely a rustle. I can't lose that part of me. The shadows danced around them, the weight of Athena's legacy pressing down like a storm cloud, heavy and ominous. But in that moment of despair, a flicker of resolve ignited, and she knew the battle was not just with words, it was a war waged in the depths of their souls, a struggle not for answers but for the very essence of who they were. We will not be forgotten, she said softly, the promise echoing through the chaos. We will become the legends of our own making. And somewhere in the distance, the whispers of Athena swirled through the air, a ghostly reminder that time may move forward, but the essence of wisdom, courage, and love remained, pulsating just beneath the surface, waiting for the brave to unearth its power.